It's time for sisters. Yes. We are family. Yeah. Oh, I got all my sisters with me. Yeah. We are family. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Comparing Sisters, Renown Repulse and Nelson and Rodney. And please note, for anyone who's been watching this and is disappointed, this is not about the Kardashians. I know that because every time I type sisters into Google to do any search for pictures, within 5 seconds I would have my screen full of Kardashians. So, yeah, I felt it was necessary to mention that this will not be. This is about sisters, but not Kardashians. I've just knocked over a bottle of iron brew. We have brew down. It's okay. It's not leaking. It's fine. Brew bowl survived. We have brew down. Hello, everyone. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Nautic Wolf. Hello, Vision. Hello, DG40. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Tommaso. Bosonian. Hello, Carl Van Gasberg. Hello, Rick Basava. Hello, Dunrick Arnhammer. Hello, 9681. Hello, Yelby Sage. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Stephen Richards. And hello, Vision. Oh, stream hasn't started. Well, that was because, honestly, the reason the stream was late is because I was trying to figure out how to set up a PayPal, what's it called? A PayPal donation fund thing, jig, because I've had a number of messages very kindly from people talking about my trip to Canada and saying they'd like to help me with it. And that's lovely, but I don't have any way of of doing that. And I thought, well, I'll wait to reply till I've heard from the funders and heard how much I'm getting. They are being helpful, but they are by no means paying for the full trip or anything like that. So a good chunk of it is going to be also from my work income and what I do. And it's going to sound strange. A few years ago, this would have been a very simple conversation. It would all been work. But I've had this conversation with a couple of you all now, and with Dan, with Drac, with Jamie, and a couple of others, and it's just it's been made it clear to me that there is a thing of me not accepting help is also kind of rude if it's offered, because people like to help. I like to help. And the thing is, there's one thing with being the type who always likes to help people, it makes it often very hard for you to accept the help of others. But it's also nicer if people can help. So the thing is, I'm going to try and set up that thing on PayPal, and then if people, I'll put the link, I'll post it on the YouTube site in the community tabs once I've got it going. And then if people would like to donate anything that they don't want to put on through Patreon or Super Chats, there will be that. It's going to take me a while to figure it out. I spent the last half hour trying to get it to work and work it out, and I think I've figured out what the issue is now. But not quite. Hello, Ian Carr. Hello, Courtesy Dodders. Hello, Seneca Nero. Hello, Colin Cameron. Hello, Tanner Velka. Something broke. Yes, an iron brew bottle was down. As I said, hopefully you're safe getting the storm coming, and I know you'll have seen my little rant about Bismarck. Yes, I've seen your rant about Bismarck. I will probably, at some point, I'm going to have to do a proper response video to your rants about Bismarck, probably by building a Bismarck on UAD and syncing it. You have to question about Nelrods and Renowns. You're going to get plenty of time to ask questions about Nelrods and Renowns. Vision, you didn't need to put that out there, but thank you for mentioning it. Sage Irons, hello, I don't get to catch you slide very often. Well, it's always good to have you when you're here, Sage. Would you be also willing to compare North Carolina and Washington? I will do probably in a future video. If people would like more sisters compared, I'm very happy to do a sisters comparison. I'm starting off with these two because I know them quite well. But they are going to fill in a few. They are going to, with their histories, they are going to fill in the 3 hours, which is what we normally do for a live. If I go on any longer for a live like this, then A, I need a lot more Iron Brew, and B, and this is going to sound terrible, B, people don't tend to watch them because I get for all the videos you get a thing of how many people reach the end, and if it's 3 hours, it's usually roughly 50% get to the end. Anything over 3 hours, and it drops off dramatically. So every time I do a longer one, and about 50% of viewers will not, then it gets very, very dramatic how many people actually reach the end of the video and actually watch the whole thing through. 3 hours, usually about 50% of viewers get all the way through, or close enough that it doesn't matter. It's within in the final 10 minutes before they go away, which is good. Any other pairs of sisters that you'd like to have had? Many. So is the Mediterranean Falcon the most famous East Indiaman or privateer? Probably privateer. Don't think quite an East Indiaman. Although Seneca Theory says it could be the East Indian equivalent of an East Indiaman, but actually there are other ships which are far more like an East Indiaman. This would be more, if it was, it could be a mail ship because it's fast and armed on fleet. You, Con Gamma, you had an unexpected find a bookshop today. A signed copy of Max Hastings' Operation Pedestal. Someone got rid of that quickly. Very quickly. And a signed copy they got rid of quickly. Well, that sounds cool. Very nice, you Stafford. More important than that, though, is I'm hoping that when me and Drac are in Canada, because it will be in the first 2 weeks of June, that will be the time period. So between the 1st and the 14th of June, somewhere in that period, I'm hoping you'll be able to be free to come and see us and have lunch with us or dinner with us or something, because that'd be very nice. In fact, that's one of the things we would want to arrange. And I'm hoping. I'm chatting with McMaster University, and we'll see what happens with them. I'll be tempted to drop out and chat for a bit as I make my way to a restaurant, but I'll rejoin the stream as soon as I arrive at the restaurant. Good luck, Night 681, and hope you get good food in the restaurant. Colin Cameron, the PayPal thing is a good idea, as from what I hear, you only get 50% of the super chat, the rest going to Google, is that right? No, it's a lot more than 50%. I think it's about 90-something% of the super chats come to us. 96%. I know it's very little that's taken as admin fee on PayPal, on YouTube. I think it's about the same as we get from Patreon. So, because I kept finding them as pictures of sisters, and honestly, they did keep coming up as picture sisters, I decided to use the lovely Kardashians for this particular thing. Although, it was only when actually doing this video I actually learned any of their names. And I cannot remember any. I think that might be Kim. Or is that one Kim? I have honestly no idea. Anyway, leaving that to one side, why do we compare sisters? Why is comparing sisters a good idea? Well, two ship classes are rather a cool thing in terms of comparing them for naval structures. Once you have a wider class, there tends to be a lot more variance. When you have two ships, they tend to be actually quite close to each other. when you're comparing across a class, they have a lot of variance. For example, if we talk about a Type 23 frigates, the fact is the helideck and hangar for a whole slew of them is completely different than on the others, because they were redesigned to be able to take the Merlin, which has a completely different wheel and landing gear configuration than the Sea King. And then some of the Sea King ones had to be later on modified, which gave them a third configuration aft. So, this is the thing. Once you're dealing with larger classes, they get far more variance, and it's far difficult to assess ships. You have to adjust for them, as currently I'm doing with the county class cruisers. With that whole video series, you can see that the variance in ships is quite large. Even though they're even within the same batches, there is variance. So when we're talking about ships and we're doing comparison, having this as an option, as comparing sisters, can tell us a lot about the ship design, can tell us a lot about its qualities, about its capabilities, and so it's useful. Usually we call them sisters when it's a class of 2. Once it gets to 3, well, it's kind of like there's a ship which is technically a third version of Warrior and Black Prince, but it's a slightly modified one. And that's the trouble. Once you get onto a third ship, the more you build, the more you change them around. Third usually gets modified. Hello, Dan Freeman. You don't have to catch up that far. I'm not that far into it. You now have a corded cell phone to that. Oh, that is life. That is also very you, actually, to think about it. I could imagine. Don't take us the wrong way, Stafford, but you always strike me as one of those people who's a slightly steampunk, and I can imagine you having not only a corded phone but having a very bespoke and Stafford designed system for holding that cord and battery together. Hello, Wayne Borean. Hello, what Vision? Hello, Zachary again. Hello, Donner and Hammer. Hello, Sage Rowlands. Round question. What's the most powerful ship a pirate, not privateer, has ever operated? It's a debate about that. There's a debate as to whether you believe some of the sources or not. But Blackbeard certainly had some pretty powerful ships, and also depends on how you view some of the fleets which served the Ottoman Navy, as to whether they were pirates or privateers or part of the Ottoman Navy. It's Twitch that takes an unreasonable cut. You'd be more than welcome, Stafford. I'd be happy to approach Western University if they'd like me to come and give a talk. As said, while I'm there, if universities... I operate on the same system Prof. Lambert always taught me. And Prof. Lambert, whenever he's going to do research anywhere in the world where he's traveling and he's doing research, he considers it only... Well, he described it to me, it's only proper that when you go and do research in a place, if there are universities local which have history departments that might want you, make contact with them and just go, if you'd like me to do anything while I'm there, if you'd like me to talk with PhD students, or you'd like me to give a public lecture, I'm more than happy to. And that's basically what I have, what is being agreed. It's a case of I'm happy to do it if they'd like me. That's again, what affected Repulse's thinking how the Royal Navy? That one will come up. The answer is probably more annoying for the Royal Navy to lose Repulse than Princess of Wales, but we'll get into that. So, why are sisters useful? Well, because they have very similar ingredients, as a rule. But it doesn't mean it turns out the same. So it's a good idea to check a design, because sometimes some things can work well as a fluke in one ship, in a scenario as it ends up, and really not well in another ship. The scenarios it ends up in, which tell you whether that's a good design or not. And certainly, it doesn't predict its life. Senator, just like the Renowns, the Kardashians went through lots of refits. I have no idea. I found it was quite cool. I found this height chart and just went, yeah, that'll do. I was trying to explain to some folks why Canada's decision to build 15 new ships is unusual. Very few nations can afford a 15-ship run. Well, it's unusual, but it's also sensible. It's basically saying we're going to build a design and we're going to churn it out, and it's going to get cheaper as we go. The more you build a design, the cheaper it gets. So this is another problem when we start looking at the Hunter class, the Sissy class, and the whatever the Canadian Service Command ends up being called. There is going to be a point at which people are going to look at them and go, the first batch, and they're going to go, oh, these ships cost this much money! It's extortionate! Can we afford all 15? And the thing is, if you consider the price of the Type 23s, the first ones were roughly 120 to 160 million pounds per unit to build. By the time you got to the end, you were talking about 60 million pounds per unit. Because the trouble is, in the first ones, you are building all the infrastructure to build them. You're paying for all the construction of the construction facilities. And then after that, you're just paying to use those facilities again. And as they get more and more paid off, you can negotiate the price down lower. You've got the infrastructure, you've got all things. It costs a lot less to put it in. And plus, you know the problems you're dealing with. The price can still vary and go up, actually. You can get it getting less cheaper because you can add stuff in, but it's one of the annoying things. It's like the Type 45s. They are always called these billion-pound destroyers. A, they don't cost £1 billion per unit. That includes development costs of the program. And B, if you'd built the full 9 units, A, the average construction price would have gone down, and B, the cost of development we spread over 9 instead of 6, and you'd probably be talking about ships which were roughly 760 million to 720 to 760 million per unit across the program. It makes a big difference. Naval, why is there an HMS Devonshire and not an HMS Norfolkshire? There's an HMS Norfolk. Devon tends to be called Devonshire when it's a ship's name, and Norfolk is called Norfolk. But technically it's Devon. It's like there's an HMS Cornwall, but not a Cornwallshire. That's what I thought it was specifically not comparing the Kardashians. The slide suggests otherwise. Well, I know some people are going to end up watching this anyway, looking for Kardashians, so here you go. They're here. Plus, I was told by Mum I couldn't use the pictures of her and my aunt or some of my cousins as the illustrative sister things. Vision, Achilles was a third half-sister of Warren Black Prince. Changes to the bow and stern, complete the waterline arm belt, had briefly 4 masters, still changed to 3. Yep. Ceramac reminds me of a certain modern multi-role fighter jet. Mm-hmm. Doesn't. What about the new battery type 6 VRN being built in RCN fashion? They might actually be expanded, but again, that's not going to actually affect the cost much for the British. I'd hope it would be. And my sincere desire is we end up with 12, and we end up with 4 or so broad-beamed ones, but I'm not sure what's going to happen. So, Vision was almost somewhat gloss. They cut the cheaper ships, which were the ships following the first ships, which being first were most expensive, and with elimination of following ships became more expensive. Yep. Could we, Duckland 95, could we build more Type 45s if we wanted to? Yeah. 12. Yeah, the original idea was that there were going to be 12 Type 45s, then it got down to 9, and they cut it down to 8, and then 6. It just went down. You could have built them. It would have been useful. Could we build them now? Honestly, we don't have the yard capacity to build them along with the Type 26 and Type 31 programs. Type 83 program will be interesting. So, comparing sisters. It's useful because it gives you a common starting point. It can cause problems because you have to realize where they're going to end up. I'm actually did a double take when the video and saw the background. Well, I do try and give you all a little bit of confusion occasionally. So, 2 ship classes in the RN of the Age of Steam. Now, I was classifying this as the Age of Steam. This is not exhaustive. Trust me, there are some tiny 2 ship classes which I just didn't get into because, but these are the ones which are basically cruiser level and above. You will note that I haven't included the scout cruisers in this because I don't really consider them a 2 ship class because of the way the Royal Navy goes about ordering them. I consider them a multi-batch order of basically the scout cruisers because they order X number of 2 ships from all sorts of yards and they loosely become a whole class. Victor Richards, those are clone lizard people in your lineup, all of them. So, Hood is the 5th sister. Not really. Hood stands out a bit, but not the 5th sister. So, the history of 2 ship classes in the Royal Navy. Let's start off by considering them. We have Warrior and Black Prince. We have Defence and Resistance. Hector and Valiant. Scorpion and Wyvern. Lord Clyde. Lord Warden. Cerberus. Magla. Swifture. Triumph. Devastation. Thunderer. Nelson and Northampton. Iris and Mercury. Ajax. Agamemnon. Conqueror and Hero. Colossus and Edinburgh. Imperius and Warspite. Calypso, Calliope. Surprise, Alacrity. Victoria, Sans Perel. Trafalgar and Nile. Blake and Blenheim. Centurion, Barfleur. Powerful and Terrible. Challenger and Encounter. Swifture and Triumph. Duke of Edinburgh, Black Prince. Lord Nelson, Agamemnon. Colossus, Hercules. Lion and Princess Royal. Renown and Repulse. Nelson and Rodney. I will be talking about the 3rd sister of the Renown class, but you see, in Reedman's book, it's a course called HMS. It's called Reliant, but in reality, it wouldn't have been called Reliant. Nightingale, you're a little bit out of our age, though, Audacious class. I know this is why I'm stopping with Nelson and Rodney. Okay? Hello, man. Thank you, Bijan. So, what is the first thing you realise about these 2 ship classes? Well, when the Royal Navy has serious worries about certain areas, they don't build 2 ship classes. So when they're not worried about fighting an actual battle, they're building 2 ship battleships, the groups, because that's how you test development of technology. If you do 1 ship, it doesn't really tell you anything. You have to at least build 2 ships to test out tech. So as long as you're developing tech rather than worrying about probably having to fight a major war, you build in 2s. The moment you're worrying about having to fight a major war, you build more than 2s, because 1 is the equivalent of none. 2 means you usually have 1, but if anything happens to one of them, you have now 1, which is none. 3 means you have the guaranteed capability. And if anyone wants to know why you build 4, well, there's a reason. The strategic deterrent is usually divisible by 4. For France, for the UK, for Russia, for China, for America, it's divisible by 4 or greater because that allows you to guarantee ships at sea. You want a guaranteed capability deployed at sea, you want at least 4. You want a guaranteed on-call capability, you want at least 3. You want a capability most of the time, probably, you have at least 2. You don't care whether you have the capability or not, you just want the status of having that capability, you build 1. That is the reality of the financial procurement. 1 is status. It's a white elephant ego trip. 2, no longer a white elephant, but it's still problematic in its practical utility in terms of coveraging you in case of war happening or requirements happening when one of them, let's say, is in heavy maintenance and the other one's the other side of the world or has an accident. 3, well, now you're pretty much realizing you're going to need it. 4, you've got it guaranteed. Now, interesting enough, for a while, the RN had Illustrious, Invincible, Ark Royal, and Ocean, which meant it had 4 aviation ships, which meant it had guaranteed AEW capability. Because with helicopter AEW, it could take off from all 4. And with 3 of them being able to carry Harriers, usually it had Harriers as well as troop transports. And the thing is, with 4 ships, usually, more often than not, you can actually put 2 in a task group, which is great. Royal Navy now has 2. It's wars of choice time. That's what, no mention of Edinburgh and Belfast. Well, they're town-class cruisers, aren't they? So they're not a 2. They're part of a 10. Edinburgh and Belfast are not a pair because they're part of a continuation of a design. It's a modified design, as I said, but it's a whole wider class. The same reason I don't have York and Exeter up there. Mainly because those are actually more like one-offs. Wouldn't she be named HMS Resistance after last Revenge class battleship? Dr. Clarke, to me at least that makes sense, though I'm not surprised you read Miss Reeman's book. Well, I have read Reeman's book, and you're jumping ahead now before I'm able to get to the slides, so I'm not going to answer that question. Patrick Clayton, Babcock, one of Britain's biggest engineering firms, could relocate a shipyard at Royal's Life to England within a few years if it's not welcoming independent Scotland, its chief executive said today. Ouch. That's painful. And also might have to do that anyway because the contracts for all the British warships are they have to be built in British UK government territory. They can't be built abroad. So if Scotland goes independent, Scotland becomes abroad. And people can try and say they're going to get around those contracts, but in the nicest way, if you're going to talk to Britain, it's going to come down to this. Does the British government, if Scotland goes independent on this front, does it become the British government's job to provide jobs? And that's basically what ship procurement does. At its basic point, it provides jobs in another country or provide them in the UK. They're going to move them to the UK, aren't they? In terms of technical development, does 2 ships allow you to rule out human factors when evaluating ships? Pretty much. 2 ships allows you to do enough that you can be sure whether it's a human failure of a ship or its actual design. Dunrick, or you build 5 just in case one hits an oil tanker and sinks. Well, anything over 4 is just giving you more insurance. So the RN starts building 2 ship classes when France stops donating their newer ships for the RN to do trials with. To an extent. That's awesome. How much of a likelihood is there that the RN will build a new pair of LHDs to supplement the Quees? With talks about rebuilding the working class, it would make little sense. Yes. Well, I'm not sure about the working class of political sense, but yeah, there is certainly a lot of argument for a pair of LHDs, and there is the yard capacity in theory. I would certainly support it with at least a pair to the free, preferably free. I call them ski ramp enhanced LHDs, which are what I prefer. Yes, I'm back now at home, Strider. Only secret: what can be built abroad? British warships. It's interestingly enough, I'm not quite sure if it's against the law for British government to order warships abroad, but it's certainly frowned upon in political suicide. What about Commonwealth countries? Not unless it's during a major war. When it's during a major war, then they can do it. But after that, not usually the case. Sage and reference. What's the minimum for ensuring you have multiple ships available? Ensuring you have multiple ships available? 5, preferably 6. So then why not build 2 HMS Captain? It could have been a fluke. It could have been, but the Royal Navy wasn't prepared to waste that much money on it. But basically, any time the Royal Navy wants to test out a design, they build 2. One of the interesting examples that's not here is, of course, Dreadnought. Dreadnought, they only build 1 of. And that's because, as I've said many, many times, Dreadnought is not so much a proof of concept. They've already worked out the concept, they've worked out the hull form, they've worked out everything in other designs, including Duke of Edinburgh and Black Prince. What they're doing is they're just stitching together and showing they can do it. Dreadnought is not a tester of a concept tester. Dreadnought is a proof that we can do this. So that's why she's only 1 ship. Although there is some very interesting books about her having a sister. She was quite good. Warspite, 1884. What class of ship was she? A battleship. Imperieuse and Warspite. That's good. Not against the law to build warships abroad, just political suicide. And it's been announced several times that they would never do that. But that's off topic for today's discussion. Imperieuse. Hence, she's with the Imperieuse. Right then. So, starters. Third R-class battleship, R-class battlecruiser would have been Resistance. She was being built in Her Majesty's Dockyard, Devonport. And she's cancelled August 1914. So this is the R-class revolution. Wait, did you say Scotland go independent? Yeah, they're talking about having another referendum, or at least the SNP are talking about having another referendum. About Scotland wants another referendum for Scotland to go independent. I'm not sure. The thing is, I think if the Scottish public generally want another referendum, they should have it. But I also think that if you keep having referendums until you get the answer you want, then there's not any point in having a referendum. The whole point was you're supposed to have a referendum, and that's supposed to answer the question for at least a generation. And I take a generation to at least be 20 to 30 years, and it hasn't been that. That's way above my pay grade. And the point some people make is that things change, that if there's a major change, then that should be grounds for another referendum. And I go, well, not really. It's a generation, so yeah. Anyway. The SNP is always talking about another referendum, but sometimes the press picks it up and sometimes they don't. At the moment they're picking up. That's good. It's a pretty easy promise to make. By building in the UK, you create UK jobs. And through tax, most, if not all, the money goes back to the checker. Yep. So, as said, when you see the Royal Navy or any Navy building a two-ship class, it tends to mean it's either experimental or there's another reason, context around it. Nelson and Rodney should not have been a two-ship class. The Royal Navy did not want to build a two-ship class. They tried to campaign for a three-ship class. They wanted a three-ship class because they're replacing 4 ships. Life gets difficult, though. Referendums are what they are. That's the problem with asking the public to vote. They might not vote the way you want them to. Anyway, so R-class evolution. Originally, number 6, being built by Vickers, was going to be Renown. But they changed it to Revenge. And she is, of course, laid down in December 22nd December 1913, launched the 29th of May 1915. You notice there's kind of an interesting thing with some of these ships in that they are laid down, but they take a long time to get launching, and some take very little time to get launching. For example, Royal Oak, being built by Devonport. 15th of January 1914, laid down. Launched 17th of November 1914. Very efficient work by Her Majesty's Dockyard Devonport. Which is why I find, I have to admit, the effect on resistance kind of interesting. We have, because I'd have thought in the nicest way, considering how fast Devonport worked, yes, you might want to free the dockyard space up for dealing with potentially damaged ships. I can understand that. But considering the pace of work of the Devonport dockyard, I'd have thought having resistance in service in some capacity would have been sensible. And I'd say, as a battle cruiser, she'd have been very, very useful. I also reckon that if she had been laid down, technically, as they say, they all start on the 20th of January 2015, 20th of January 1915. If they had made that change to resistance as well, instead of cancelling her in August 1914, and I think that's really the problem. Some bright spark decides to cancel her in August 1914. And of course, World War I starts in July 1914. So she's cancelled a month into World War I. I'm not sure which bright spark comes up with that idea, but I have a feeling it's probably the same bright spark who decides to slow down capital ship construction and aircraft carrier construction in World War II, i.e. Churchill. Now, here is the thing. In World War in World War II, I can understand it because they immediately slow it down because they want to do a crash building program on escorts and on convoy ships. I can understand this. I don't think it's agreed for carriers, and the admirals at the time were arguing strongly that it shouldn't be applied to carriers. But I can understand the idea. But in World War One, there is no crash escort building program starting immediately in 1914. There is nothing like that. We all are fairly sure that there's going to be a massive battle in the middle of the North Sea. Why, therefore, in the name of all things heaven on earth, cancel a battleship from a yard which can build quite quickly? And it would have been useful. Let's be honest, it would have been useful. Or it could have been converted. It could have just been left. They could have decided what they were going to do with it. And like Renown and Repulse, it could have been converted into a battle cruiser. And that would have been really quite useful. But no, it gets cancelled. The same person who decided that the British Army's strategy of, well, deploying to France and doing whatever the French needed them to do was the most sensible strategy, was also the person who decided that, oh yes, we're going to fight a major battle in the middle of the North Sea, but we're going to stop building battleships. In Carr. We'll leave that to one side. What about HMS side? Strikes me as a Masusbrum. Am I wrong thing? Oh yeah, it would have to be moved as well. Rosyth, everything would have to be moved. That's the other problem with having Rosyth as the only dry dock facility which we can put the Queen Elizabeth class into. Shane Richards, Nytha and Starnos from Model 1, were they sisters? I think they were, yes. Hi, ECH. Manchester Military Perescans. I don't think I've seen it before. Hello. If they were to build a third Nelson class battleship, what would she have been named? Probably Anson. Because that's the next two admirals which come up, Anson and Howe. So probably Anson and Howe. I doubt it would be King George V, because that would be a class leader. And they were saving that for the post-treaty class of ships, so probably Anson. Maybe Collingwood, but probably Anson. Or St. Vincent. They might have gone for St. Vincent. Bodie Face comes from the public naming for what eventually becomes the RSS. Sir, what's his name? David Attenborough. Yeah, that was a fun one. Asking the British public to name a ship and expecting an answer which the political classes would like. Hi, Joseph Hayward. So, why would you continue your long-term capital building ship plans? After all, there was most certainly won't be any wars or power struggles after the war, because there will be peace forever. I don't. I hope they didn't believe that in 1914. I don't think they did. It's just absurd. But anyway, so this is what you're looking at originally. This is an R-class battleship. And basically, to get from this to an R-class battlecruiser, well, they remove one of the turrets, they lengthen the ship, they spread the armor over that length, and they come with a battle cruiser. It's quite cool, really, that way. Montecock wasn't part of the argument that the government used for cancelling the 3 Rs in August that the RN had just got 3 new battleships and the foreign contract ships that had just been taken over. They certainly provided all sorts of things, but they didn't just cancel ours. They also cancelled HMS Carr and all sorts of other things. So they cancelled a lot of them, and it's one of those scenarios. Why are you cancelling there? You're probably going to lose ships in a battle that's coming up. You're going to need to have replacements coming through, and you've got old ships. This is one of the things. Yes, you've got newer ships, but this would give you 15-inch ships, which were the more powerful battleships coming in. And it's again, and there's something else. If the RN had had more 15-inch battleships coming into service, then you would probably have got more 12-inch battleships being withdrawn from the front lines earlier. This is going to sound strange, but again, if we consider the lines of options, what would have been in service? How many would have been in service by Jutland? Probably none. But the thing is, them and Agincourt coming through would have been in service very quickly after the Jutland, and frankly, they erase any losses there and taken at Jutland. So it's a good program to have. That's good. Even if they just built the hull and floated out the store for later work. Yep. Or it may have got converted to a carrier. That's always an option. And again, yeah, but it was sort of a case of people were bringing up about the idea of Scottish independence, and I was just saying, look, and I was putting my point. It's, as I said, I'm not really, don't want to get into the politics. I prefer to get into history. It's just my own personal view, and to be honest, as I've said before, I've got enough Scottish family and enough Cornish family. I rather like it being. I know I have this accent, but I rather like it being the United Kingdom. I'd like them to not go. And I think it seems to me a lot of the reasons given are very short-termist, but that's very much politics and off the topic for this channel. I think we're better together. But that's me. Patrick Clayton, the Bismarck's last fight. The Bismarck fired on Rodney, not King George V, as it was seen as a bigger threat. Does not that suggest the KGBs were rubbish? Build a bigger nail rod. I'm not surprised Rodney's seen as the bigger threat. The KGBs. Well, again, that's more politics. And Carr, I'm impressed with the World War I resources available to build each of the R class, including the battle cruisers, except resistance in different yards. Yeah, this is the point. They managed to build all of them quite happily with the resources available. They had a lot of resources available. The only ships which practically get cancelled are Resistance and Agincourt, which are a bit strange to get cancelled, really. Before we bump into Renown, we'll consider this a bit more. The R classes. So this is one of the things which makes it interesting, because this is a pair of sisters which come from a larger class. And they change radically compared to this. They do. Seemed like, was there a dynamic of comparing crew performance between sister ships as ways to increase sound? There were often competitions between sister ships. They could get very, very competitive, and they were often doing rowing races and other forms of combinations. Tug of war and football were quite popular, but so was cricket. I'm never quite sure why playing cricket on a battleship is popular, or a battle cruiser. Which animals were that wacky? Collingwood or St. Vincent? St. Vincent, by 100%. Patrick, I once read that we could build ships 50% cheaper than any other power 1940. Is that true? If we were building them in quantity, it would cost us a lot less because we had the mass and we had the yards to call from. I'm not sure if it's quite 50% cheaper, but it certainly was viable. That's right. Looks at the list of ships being pointed at while saying, "This is an R class." Wondering where the R class is. Ah! If you look in the background, you will see the list is over the R class. I hit it. A la Desert Foxhound. GDM, both the Renown Repulse were fitted out for royal trips. Repulse crew was said to have been thoroughly enjoyed His Royal Highness Prince of Wales playing a feminine role in the the bathroom door in 1925. They certainly did have fun on various around the world trips. John Murray, couldn't they just lengthen the R-class hull and all the early hood style design? Not really. You needed to do a little bit more. So as I said, they took off one of the turrets, X turret. Sam Thompson, given the towns and counties, what would a city class line? Would they have been able to get away with a couple more R's or a few more capable light armor cruisers? Oh, it's all interesting. There's all sorts of interesting. What would a city class at the time mean? That would be more towns, and they built a lot of those. And as for the R's, a couple more R's would have been quite viable. So, if Argent going to be what you think it may have been, the High Seas Fleet might not have come out. They might not have done. VCH, I feel you about politics. Despite the urge, the work we do is history, and one can't be political and impartial at the same time. I try to present, always try and be as I know I can't be impartial, but I can be equally cynical, and I often am. So that's my version of impartiality, being equally cynical and sarcastic. Dunham, I guess the two naval dockyards are expecting a lot of repair work, whereas the commercial docks were better at manufacturing than this. Well, Dan, that's an idea, certainly, but let's consider Royal Oak, 15th January 1914, launched November 1914, commissioned May 1916. That's fairly quick construction. Royal Sovereign goes from being launched in April 1915 to commissioned in April 1916. And it seems to have been laid down probably about the same time as Royal Oak, but there's a debate as to the exact date. So yeah, I think actually the naval shipyards are actually the quicker at building ships as well. Probably because they have a slightly different work standard they work to, in that they both work to the same quality standard, but the naval shipyards would tend to work more shifts. In Carr, how inadequate was the arm of the R-class battlecruisers when first built? Always surprised the Frames Act were able to take the extra weight so well. That's because they were, to an extent, built with battleship framing, to an extent, more than battle in certain parts of their hull. They have an interesting framing technique. But leaving that to one side, the R-class armor is not inadequate for the role of battle cruiser. Naval dockyards don't carry penalties for cancelling ships. The private yard ships were essentially put on hold. That is also a factor. That is certainly a factor. Not as much as you'd think, because honestly, they were offering so many constructions, they could probably go, well, the nicest way, yes, we're cancelling this ship, but we're giving you all this for work. Magister Militem Perosin, why didn't the Royal Navy use King George VI name on one of the treaty battleships, since it's kind of confusing when there was a previous King George V class battleship? Principally because it wasn't felt that there was going to be enough ships to be that class, and they hoped the king would be around so they could build a bigger and better class for him, and that's what they did. They built the KGVs. But he decided he wanted it to be named after his father instead of him, so he started the precedent of ships being named after your pater. If you fired up the engines of HMS Haida, how excited would you be to see a movie about the Second Battle of Narvik? Ooh, very. Sromak, 9 months for a whole battleship. That's insanely impressive. It is pretty darn impressive when you consider the entire thing, Royal Oak, was built between January 1914 and commissioned May 1916. So, in simple terms, that's 2 years and three. Let's see, 4 months. So that is 28 months from laying down to commissioning, which is very, very good. And actually, it's slightly less. It's about 2 weeks less than that. No, that's a true British statement. Can always be cynical and sarcastic. Yep. Samson, Dr. Clarke, Stafford Thompson, Dr. Clarke. What was that? A bit of modern verbiage applied to a historical topic? Would have thought a city would inherently be a larger vessel than towns, as counties were larger by volume class. At the time in World War One, the towns were the light cruisers, and there were county names applied to some of the heavy cruisers, the armored cruisers, but it's more of a case of some of the towns chosen were pretty much city towns. Because let's be honest, Glasgow is a city. I think the only city that gets usually the same rate as the counties is London at that period. Thomas O. Balaconi, if right now somehow survived scrapping, would she have been refitted, preserved in the 1960s almost? Yes. She'd have been probably preserved. If Renown, because let's be honest, it's if you get to your grandparentship. So let's be honest, she's in service in 1916. She needs to get to the Suez Crisis to become a grandparentship. I.e., in 1916, there are the 20-year-olds, etc., aboard her. By 1956, they will all be 60s, in their 60s, and they could well be grandparents, in which case she would have probably become the grandparent factor, and Renown could well have survived. Renown is an interesting ship in that she is broken up in 1948, and I have a firm belief that if she had been put into reserve, as one of the ships being put in reserve, and there was actually an argument in time to put her in reserve because she was actually considered to an extent viable for it, despite her wear and usage. Then she could have, well, as the closest potential sister and therefore operating mate to Vanguard, was the option, was the idea, an argument for putting her in reserve. If they had put her in reserve and she survived as long as Vanguard had, let's be honest, HMS Vanguard made it to 1960 in commission, and she scrapped in 1960. If Renown had made it to 1960, she would have been 44 years old. She would have most likely have reached the grandfather level of this belonged to my grandparents, therefore we should preserve it, and she would have been probably kept. Which I always consider an interesting thing. The closest vessel they had to the newest battleship in the fleet, in terms of operational capabilities, was the battlecruiser. Because she was the fast battleship. That was what Vanguard was. So that's the thing. If Renown makes it to 1960, then I have no doubt that Renown would still be around to this day. I'm not sure where she'd be parked. I don't think she'd be in Warrior's Spot in Portsmouth. I have no idea where they might have found for her, but they would have probably found somewhere. Would she be in Belfast slot in central London? I doubt that. Would they have kept Belfast if Renown still survived becomes an interesting question. Possibly. Possibly they'd have kept Belfast as well, in which case we'd have both Renown and Belfast sitting around. Okay. Wait, if I feel that I should threaten Alex, hey Alex, if you don't cut a video explaining the difference in framing, I'll put this up for a video on Patreon. If you want me to do a whole video about the framing of warships, even if it makes it through on Patreon, I will put a note saying it's going to be done in 2 months' time, not 1 month time, because I will need a long time to get enough pictures together, and I'll probably need to make a visit to Newcastle to get the pictures. You're in the 19th. I'll be in London in March. Would it be okay for me to pop by university to visit? Yeah, just... Let's see, in March, am I going to be in Kings or am I going to be in Kingston? In March, if I'm going to be anywhere, I'm probably going to be at Kingston. I don't think I'm actually going up to Kings to teach in March, but I think I should probably be in Kingston at some point, but I'm not sure which campus I'll be. So message me on Discord and we'll check dates and I'll make sure you know where I am. Joseph Foxer, how much of an influence did the Tribal and Grom class destroyers have on each other? There is certainly a feeding of ideas, but it's not exactly. They are still very different in their design. So, anyway, wouldn't Renown have been useful in the Suez Crisis? Yes. Both her and Vanguard would have been useful. They could have provided a lot of fire support. Declan, which ship do you think has the most plot armor all on? It's New Zealand. Probably is New Zealand. And what Iron capital ships were considered for reserve status in the 1940s? Mostly it was KGVs, which they were looking at. Sim Richards, hey Doc, how on earth did they get Rodney up to 25 knots with 48,000 shaft horsepower across 2 shafts? I'm presuming that they managed to get it slightly higher. So, Renown. And as we got distracted by a tribal Grom question, I'm going to restart that Renown one. So, HMS Renown is a lovely, lovely ship, but she has an interesting career. Now, Renown's, of course, laid down by Fairfield at Govan in Glasgow, Scotland. She's launched in March 1916, completed September 1916, and costs £3,177,204. The rest of the World War I, she serves in the North Sea, mainly with the Grand Fleet, assigned to 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron. She never fired a shot in anger during World War I. Although in 1917 she did put to sea with other elements of the fleet, with the aim to intercept the German third half flotilla destroyers that had attacked a Scandinavian convoy and most of escorts off the coast of Norway. They also tried to take part in the interception of the cruisers which attacked things. off the coast of Norway. They failed. For the rest of the war, they patrolled the North Sea uneventfully. Renown Repulse were present at the surrender of the High Seas Fleet at Scapa Flow in November 1918. Now, originally, when the After-Ground Fleet was disbanded and the ships were moved around the world, she's assigned to the Battlecruiser Squadron of the Atlantic Fleet. In June 1919, she's refitted in preparation for a tour of Canada, Newfoundland, and the United States by the then Prince of Wales, Edward. Given both flying off platforms were removed at this point, she had been fitted with them. And it's one of the interesting things. If you look at the picture at the top, you can actually, on the top and on the left of the screen, you can actually see one of the flying off that platform she has on B turret. So she comes out looking, to an extent, like she does in the top right photo. Although she gets a bit more upgraded before that photo takes place, because the B turret photo is, and the top left is from 1918. Anyway, during January to March 1920, she's not only has a 30-foot rangefinder replacing the 15-foot model in Y turret and a 20-foot rangefinder added to the hood over the conning tower. She's also refitted to be more expensively serve as a royal yacht. And this includes her aft 4-inch mounting, and both 3-inch AA guns are removed, so the extra accommodation and a promenade deck could be built. And a large deck house was built on the shelter deck between the funnels. The port side housed the squash court, while the starboard side was a cinema. All very nice. She sailed in March of 1920 for Australia and then New Zealand with the Prince of Wales and his entourage aboard, and made several stops en route. She returned to Portsmouth in October and was placed in reserve in November of that year. So she is in reserve from November to September 1921. This is not unusual. This is one of the things that we don't often seem to think about. Most people, when you start talking about warships, you start thinking these days about them being a permanent operation. And honestly, that is a product of the modern world where you don't have enough warships. You have enough just about to cover peacetime duties, which means you need them permanently in operation. Whereas it used to be you'd have a few more, so you'd have enough for wartime needs to an extent. And so those would be paid into reserve. So she spends months in reserve. Like, no, come on. I like the idea of Renown in Glasgow. I don't think she would have been. She was built in Glasgow. I don't think she'd have been left in Glasgow, because, as much as I love Glasgow, I don't think that's a good place to store her. I have a feeling if she was going anywhere, she would probably end up in the Tyne somewhere. A little bit more south than Glasgow, so she'd be a little bit more protected. Conversely, she might end up on the south coast completely in Southampton, or she could end up in Portsmouth. They could reconfigure the dockyard. There is space if you reorganize it a bit. She could have been sitting in front of Victory. Ian Carr, would Renown and Vanguard have shared the same main ammunition post-World War II? Probably. Actually, I'd second that. I've only quite recently become aware there is a difference in framing. I've been wondering the difference since I heard about it. Been thinking about that for like 15 minutes now. Basically, battleships to support the armor tend to have far closer framing, than battle cruisers. It's one of the reasons why I go, no, that ship's a battle cruiser, not a fast battleship. And no amount of your wishing it to be case is going to make it so on certain ships. Or sometimes it's the reverse. It's a fast battleship, not a battle cruiser. But, no, it's a fast battleship. It's got the framing, it's got the shaping, it's got the armor scheme, it's a battleship. Aaron, you have a gig at the University of West Indies? Not quite. University of Kingston, it's not quite as nice as the University of West Indies. It's very nice, but West Indies, does have certain advantages. Question on program. Magically, we get 5 RM capital ships from Royal Zoo. They have to be turned into museum ships. Where do you put them? Anywhere in the UK. P.S. Belfast is still on Thames. Depends which 5. I'm presuming Warspite and Renown are 2 of them. I'd say Warspite wants to spend their time in Cornwall. So I would find a nice Cornish place for Warspite to go. Renown. The trouble is, as much as I would like to see her in Scotland, and this is the thing, I would like to see some ships in Scotland, there are issues with keeping museum ships up in Scotland. If you look at seeing the work they have to put into HMS Unicorn to keep her going up there, you would understand what I'm saying. So it's a question of where to put them. Liverpool would certainly have to get one. Newcastle most definitely have to get one. You probably want to put one in Portsmouth, and then you've got a 5th one to put somewhere. Were Renown Repulse virtually identical as first built? Yep. Now, functions. Can the RN really afford at any point the last 7 years to have lost the space in front of Victory? Does not reduce carryover from Portsmouth? It depends what you mean by space in front of Victory. If you look at a go to HMS Victory and look at her, she's in one of the old one of the old graving docks. In front of that graving dock is a pool and a basin space. And the thing is, Renown could have. It would have been a tight squeeze, but you could have done something with that space to put her in there. So that's what I mean by in front of Victory. I don't mean on where the Queen's Wharf is. Queen Elizabeth Wharf is. I mean in the basin space. Late 1940 Revenge sunk in Cherbourg and started shooting. Why were actions like this so rare, and what dangers did they present to both sides? They were rare because they were highly dangerous and high risk, but the danger to both sides was if you get a battleship in that close, it can do a lot of damage with its guns. It's going to take a lot to take it out. Now, I thought a 3-ship class was preferred over 2-ship class because you can have 2 at sea, third is in repair or refit. I already went through this at the beginning, but I will go through it. If you have 1, that's equivalent of none. So that's basically a capability you want the image of having, but don't actually have in reality. 2 means you have that capability usually, but remember if one gets damaged or in any way is an accident, you go down to 1, which is none. 3 gives you that capability pretty much guaranteed as a capability. Doesn't necessarily mean 1's available at sea. It means 1 can be in refit, 1 can be in transition, refit, training, 1's operational. As the ships, once they're built, doesn't mean they're operational. It takes a while to commission them, and they go into refit, and it takes a while again to work them up again. So that's why you have 3. 4 guarantees you 1 available at sea, guaranteed. No matter what happens, you have 1 at the sea, 1 in sea. 5 That usually gives you 2 at sea. 6 guarantees 2 at sea. Right, okay, in the basin. Thanks, sorry for something. No worries. I didn't click because I was just sitting in front of, in front of Victory. Yeah, it still is quite cool that Revenge actually made it in. Anyway, Renown's career is pretty darn cool. She's recommissioned in 1921 for another tour of India, the Philippines, and Japan by the Prince of Wales again. She gets back to the UK in June 22, and she's placed in reserve the following month. She then goes through reconstruction. That's a reconstruction the same month along the lines of her sister. So think about this. At this point, Repulse had been through some work by this point. So we always think of Renown was the one that got upgraded. Well, in the 1920s, Repulse gets upgraded first because Renown's off touring around the world. So she's reconstructed based on experiences in Repulse, which actually means she gets reconstructed in a better way. Her main arm belt is removed and a new 9-inch belt is installed. Using plates actually which came surplus from the conversion of Almirante Cochrane, the Chilean battleship, which had been converted to HMS Eagle, plus some new armor. One of the interesting things was, because of their experience with Repulse, and the fact that this armor lowered the draft of the ship, they actually raised the armor up by 3 feet in the hull. So it was 3 foot higher in the hull than it was on Repulse, because they felt that would offset any increase in draft. They also fit some tapered armor underneath the main belt to deflect any shell that dived beneath the water's surface. It was 9 inches thick at the top and thin to 2 inches at the bottom. So they actually have. This actually means that the Renown is probably better protected against diving shells than pretty much any other ship in the Royal Navy at this point. And this point is 1922. It also gives you an interesting idea. What would that tapered armor, what would the impact of that tapered armor been on a scenario if she'd been hit like Hood had been? The 2 inches point, it might not have done much. But a 9 inches point, or even anything from the 5-inch point above, it could have had an impact. Ship's deck armor was reinforced adjacent to machinery spaces and magazines. Some longitudinal bulkheads were added between the upper and main decks that ran from the base of the conning tower to the end of the boiler rooms. The bulges were reworked and they were redesigned based on those mounted onto the Queen Elizabeth class. Although crushing tubes were only used to cover the magazine spaces, not for the whole length. And the rear triple 4-inch gun mount was replaced. B turret had its flying off platform reinstated, and a high angle control position was added to the foretop. The 4-inch guns and 2 of the single 4-inch gun mounts were replaced by 4 quick firing 4-inch Mark V anti-aircraft guns. These had a maximum depression of 5 degrees and an elevation of 80 degrees, and fired the 14 kilogram high explosive shell at a muzzle velocity of roughly 728 meters per second, with the ability to fire 10 to 15 rounds per minute depending on how skilled the crew were. So that's around every 6 seconds to around every 4 seconds, depending on how skilled and probably how tired the crew were. The guns had a maximum ceiling of 31,000 feet. but the effective range was actually nowhere near that. So, this reconstruction added 3,600 tons to the ship's displacement and 3 inches to her draft, and cost under £1,000,000, £79,927, which is pretty darn cool. And before people start wondering where I'm getting these things from, there are several good books on this one. There is Oscar Parks' British Battleships, which is a good book, which I have some sections of on digital, including the lovely HMS Renown, and not strange enough I have Renown, but I don't seem to have all of Repulse on this book in PDF digital format. But I do also have this R.A. Burt's British Battleships of World War One. This is a slightly newer print, and so this has been a source of a lot of today's discussions. Wasn't exactly cheap when new, but I didn't get it when new. But this is a copyright from 1986, and this was actually reprinted in 2019. It was supposed to be £45. Luckily, when I picked it up, it was a lot less. Although I have seen some people trying to flog that for a lot more. So do be careful. But it's a good book. Those got revenge was seen as expendable and everything went wrong. Also attacked during a bombing raid, so everyone was too distracted by the explosions already happening to realise there was a few extra. And that there was a great big Leviathan straight right in the middle of them going, hello! This is a box set. How different was the production and framing of dreadnoughts? Treaty battleships seemed to massively increase their volume with minimal displacement increases. Did this affect the durability? To an extent, it does. But also, to an extent, it's to do with the metallurgy they're able to use. Hello, Zilski. Where are fluffy battlecruisers? There's a fluffy torpedo here. And there's actually two types of fluffy squirrel. There's one belonging to me, and there's one belonging to my fluffy research assistant. That's good. Did the crushing tubes work? Having a cylinder on a shape renowned for its difficulty to crush seems like an old option. It works quite well, and there is a reason they put them over the magazines. It's where areas where they want they would prefer the energy to be as absorbed and spread out as quickly as possible. They make the point. Where was the first Renown rebuild done? Now, that was an interesting question. So far, as much as I understand it, she's done in the Royal Dockyards. So she's done in the Royal Navy's dockyards, it seems to me. And most of this work seems to be done in those dockyards. But there does seem to be other work later which is done in other dockyards. But, yeah. So, she has finished her first reconstruction in September 1926 and returns to Battlecruiser Squadron. But she's then detached to convey the Duke of York and Duke and Duchess of York to Australia. So she does another nice triplet around the world. Here is something for you to all think about. Why do you send a battlecruiser rather than a battleship or a royal yacht when you're sending these people abroad? There is actually a very sensible reason. What did the Royal Navy use their battlecruisers for? Commerce raiding. They're commerce warfare vessels, especially when you're talking about long-range operations. So, in terms of you deploying your battlecruisers out there with the people aboard, Yes, it's a lovely statement. Oh, look up! Isn't it beautiful? Oh, these lovely royals have come to visit. And what are they sitting on? Oh, yes! A great big hunk of metal which can hunt down your trade, and you will need to catch it. Because, yes, her top speed is 31 knots. And there is some really... This is one of the things I like about this book. If I can find the correct section. Well, sovereigns... This one has great designs in it. I'm not sure if you can see that in this one. But, yeah, it's pretty cool map I'm planning. I will put a link to this book down below. Well, to the Amazon one, so you can find all its details, ISBN details. Anyway, it has in it full trials details. And trials are always kind of interesting because you have to remember when you start talking about trials that ships can do quite interesting things on them. Now, renowned steam trials in 1939 see her get up to 29.962 knots. But Repulse's steam trials see her get up to an average of 32.14 knots in 1916. And at various points, they are both recorded as going very, very fast. In fact, we think they could probably get a little bit faster if they had all the good things they needed. Now, this is not unusual. When you're dealing with the sheer quantity of horsepower and firepower you've got in this engine, on this ship, and the quality of crew, there are going to be times when everything runs perfectly and she achieves the higher speed. Because you always have to remember, she's designed to achieve her speed when things aren't going perfectly. Because that's the necessity on a warship. It's got to still be able to achieve its operational speeds when things aren't going quite to plan. Does make a difference. Anyway, in May 1927, she has a boiler room fire. Unfortunately, 4 ratings are burned before it's put out. But she rejoins the Atlantic Fleet and becomes flagship of the Battlecruiser Squadron, whilst Hood's refitting between 1929 and 1931. Again, Hood does get refits. This is one of the things. She doesn't have the massive reconstruction. She does have refits. For her refits, she sometimes has to go as far away as Malta, because they have a floating dry dock which can actually take her there. But there are other places which will look after her. That's fun times. At this point, they start to really upgrade Renown's air defense after Hood comes back in 1931. So Renown's paid off for her own refit in 1931. And she has the high angle control system fitted. She has 40mm. She has more 4-inch guns. She has more sorts of things fitted. She has an aircraft catapult. Space is made for it, but it's not fitted actually until 1933. And the flying off platforms are finally removed. She actually collides with Hood in 1935 whilst on exercise off the coast of Spain. Basically, her commander forgets he's not driving the destroyer and decides to use can ram Hood out the way. Both the captains and the squadron commander are all court-martialed. Renown's captain was relieved of command by the court-martial. The Admiralty decided that actually they quite liked having an aggressive captain in charge. they reinstated him and decided to criticize Bailey, who was the rear admiral in the squadron commander, for ambiguous signals during the maneuver. Rather an interesting period. It was a case of, instead of blaming the captain, they were pointing out the admiral had made really nutty signals, and they were going to blame him. After taking part in the Fleet Review in Spithead in July, she ended up joining Hood and the Mediterranean Fleet, watching the Italians during the Second Italian Abyssinian War between 1935 and 36. She's actually temporarily assigned to the 1st Battle Squadron while out there, which really doesn't make sense, having a battle cruiser assigned to the Battle Squadron. She goes through much more reconstruction in September 1936, based on that of what had happened to Warspite. This includes the superstructure and funnels being raised to level the upper deck, her masts taken out, and the ship's main and secondary armament removed. And then they build a whole new tower structure, a whole new director control tower, the main arms, whole new fire control for the anti-aircraft armament. The armored hood formerly mounted above the conning tower was reinstalled on the rear of the structure. Ship's engines and boilers are replaced by new geared turbines and Admiralty free drum boilers operating at 400 psi compared to the old ones. Really good. This all saved 2,800 tons of weight and allowed the 2 forward boiler rooms to be converted to 4.5-inch magazines and for other uses. So basically, their boilers were now so powerful they could remove 2 boiler rooms, maintain pretty much the same speed, and use that space for more magazines to carry 4.5-inch guns. Her deck protection is upgraded by adding non-cemented armor. And hangars were built, as in Repulse, hangars were built abreast to rear funnel, and a catapult was fitted between the rear funnel and the aft superstructure. The ship's 15-inch guns turrets were modified, with their elevation increasing to 30 degrees, and 20 dual-purpose 4.5-inch guns in twin BD, that's between decks, mountings, replaced all the 4-inch guns. So she has 10 new mountings. 6 of the gun turrets, 3 on each side, were abreast of the forward funnel, while the remaining 4 were mounted abreast the main mast. The BD Mark II mounts had an elevation of plus 80 degrees or minus 5 degrees, giving them a fairly decent anti-aircraft fire and could maintain a rate of fire of 12 rounds per minute. They were a lot more assisted than the previous ones. Guns were controlled by directors, and she had an Admiralty fire control clock, which allowed for analog for low-angle targets, whilst using the HACS the high-angle control system Mark 4 computer for high-angle targets. Each gun has 400 rounds of ammunition for it, which is a lot when you consider you have 20. So 400 rounds of ammunition is 8,000 rounds of ammunition, 4.5 inch. They also had octuple pom-poms and Vickers, the quadruple Vickers machine gun setup, which is just... This reconstruction cost £3 million, or 3.088 million, which, if you consider her earlier reconstruction had cost less than £1 million, and her actual construction cost had been £3 million, they're pretty much spending as much to reconstruct her as they would to build a new one. She cost 3.1 million to build. She cost 3.08 million to reconstruct at this point. She'd already had 1 million, so she now cost about 7 million over a lifetime, of which 4 million has been reconstruction from completion. Back in a second. Heard a weird noise outside, then I'll answer the questions, which are piling up. I do apologise. I will get to them. What are you doing now, Foxy? Hi, Foxy. That was almost a collapse. Hello. No, you go there, and you go there, and then I won't trip over you. Hello. Okay. Nice. What are crushing tubes? Oh joy! I'm 38 seconds later from life. This is unacceptable. Time for me to speak like you've just powdered your nose. Ah. So, Surgeon runs. I love the idea of third renown class. Then they could have paired with the Courageous class carriers, and you'd had 3 ready-made task forces. Yep. Afab, at what point did people think these are the only capital ships that can keep up with carriers? We should pack on the AA. That really comes later. You have to remember the idea that the aircraft carrier is this coming technology that we can all foresee. In the 1920s, they're very much a supporting asset, very much a force multiplier rather than a force themselves. In the 1930s, they start to become a force themselves, but they're not anywhere near what they become by the end of World War II, and certainly not what they achieve in the 1960s. So there is a reality that they are going to be paired up. By the 1930s, there is the idea of task forces of a fast capital ship and an aircraft carrier becoming a common thing, and that's what Hood, Renown, and Repulse are used for. Increasingly, they work with a carrier, and that's where Force H comes in. The idea of sticking a fast carrier, a carrier like Ark Royal, but Courageous or Glorious, with a fast capital ship, Renown, Repulse, Hood, makes a lot of sense to the Royal Navy. So no. In answer to that Seneca Nero's question. That's good. So the crushing tube spreads out the torpedo explosion energy over a wide area of the bulkhead and reduces the jerk impulse by spreading impact out over a longer time. Pretty much. Were Renown and Repulse and Renown small tube oil ships? Yes, they were. Fractions. If I have my dates correct, 1936 was the year Hood and Renown commanded. Of course, it was also the year that she went in for a rebuild in Portsmouth. Was this a coincidence or a case of, well, she's here, we might as well get it done now? It was also her timing. No, you're also showing a flag. You also don't want to make a statement full battleship. Hence, you send a battlecruiser. That right? No, actually, a battlecruiser is a far bigger threat than a battleship. A battleship is only a threat in numbers because they're going to take time to reach you. A battlecruiser is a threat you have to hunt down. Sim Richards, 29. Yeah. Why 3 double turrets for more boilers? Surely it was big enough to fit a 4th. Yes, but that would have required more space to go to the boiler, to the turrets. Again, it's going to sound strange. A turret, you see the turret on top, but that is not all the space. There is also the magazine space. There is the space for insulation between the magazine and the boilers. There is the fuel space you lose. Basically, if you delete that 4th turret, you gain a lot of space that you can put into boilers. So basically, if you want to make a 4 turret Renown, you have to build a hood. That is basically the difference you're talking about to maintain the speed and the ability. Because also you're making a larger, heavier ship, which is going to require more engine power, more horsepower to get to the higher speed. That's right. You said 400 psi compared to the old ones. I've got all the details in here. Quickly go back to Renown while I'm answering questions on Renown. I'm going to get to their World War II careers when I do the summary. There you go. I'm trying to do their pre-World War One career, World War II careers. I love the pictures of Tiger in this ship. I keep getting this book. I keep getting attracted by them. That's completed. The original boilers could do 275 psi. They were 42 Babcock and Wilcox pressure 275s. So 400 psi is an increase of 125 psi. Not quite half, but more than a third increase. They did one. It's basically it's more than it's about 45% increase in power, I think. Inca, how long would Repulse have been out of service to replicate the pre-World War II Renown rebuild? And how important to the RN could a second Renown have been? A second Renown would have been incredibly useful. It would probably have been about another 18 months for Repulse to be out of service. In Carr, were the capital shield ship rebuild priorities right before Rodney? Should Hood and Repulse have preceded the Free Quays and Royal Oak? Possibly instead of Royal Oak, especially considering what happens to Royal Oak. Much as I love Royal Oak, I did name my first car for her. Yeah, it potentially would have been better to have Repulse done than Royal Oak. Would it have been better? Could you have done Hood? Justifying Hood being done, considering she was a newer ship, would have been more difficult. And the QEs were useful. You needed the QEs for the Mediterranean to deal with the Italians. Basically, that was the QE's job. There's a reason they sit in the Mediterranean fleet and they have pretty much QEs there the whole time. Their job is to deal with the Italian fleet and possibly the Japanese fleet. They're not so worried about the German ships. They don't think they need QEs for that. But they need the QEs upgraded to be able to deal with the Italians, and they need the QEs upgraded to be able to deal with, especially the Italians, because you can't maneuver around them. But they also sort of feel for dealing with the Japanese, the QEs need to be upgraded. QEs are probably the best battleships the Royal Navy has in service, I would argue, for most of World War II. Next one. What is the difference in cost of build and rebuild of Renown when inflation is taking hand? It's not inflation which is really the problem, it's treaties. Ye old sage. No, cousin's watching. In Carr, what's the 4.5-inch gun seen primarily as an AA gun on Renown new carriers? It was seen as a dual-purpose weapon. It was designed to really engage the aircraft. That was definitely it's one of its lead role, but not its primary role because it's a dual-purpose weapon, and also deal with small ships doing attack. Again, they thought likelihood at night they would get attacked by destroyer flotillas, especially in the Mediterranean close quarters, but also in certain areas in the Far East and South China Sea, etc. They felt that those areas were particularly viable for fast attacks by small craft, i.e. destroyers and torpedo boats. In Carr, is Hood basically enlarged Renown? There is certainly a very good case to make for that. Division, the USN could have had a standard class battlecruiser by deleting a turret, increasing length, and adding boilers. True. Sidron, no, it's not. There people often say the Hood is a battlecruiser variant of the Queen Elizabeth, but it really isn't. The Admiral class are the Hood class are an evolution of the Hood class of the Renown class more than they are of that. They're basically going. We want the Queen Elizabeth armament and a armor profile which is reflective of the Queen Elizabeth's armor profile, but a Renown star build. So it's a fusion of the two. But I would say it's far more renowned than Queen Elizabeth. Hello, Brandon Larson. Thank you. I'm going to be getting into that in the summary. I'll do. So, repulse. All right. We are really going to be running over time tonight, aren't we? Right then, here is the beautiful Repulse. You never know. Repulse has a slightly different career from her sister. Her First World War service, well, her construction comes in at 2.829 million in 1914, which would be, according to a stat which it's going to sound strange. Okay. So, someone on Wikipedia did this. I don't know who, but they did this. And they worked out what the price would be of HMS Repulse today. And, well, they put it as 2.829 million in 1916, and they reckoned it would be 162 million today in 2022. Now, according to the CPI inflation calculator, which is what I tend to use, it puts it at 2.62 No, 262 million today. So I would say 262 million seems more likely to me. But I can, there are options. But it was kind of interesting that someone actually worked that out for me, and I was looking at I looked at that wiki and I went, "That's an interesting idea. I'll do that when I'm putting it together." Okay, have I knocked the camera somehow? Because I swear that picture's altered. I don't think I have, but it's yeah. I think I've knocked it somehow. Ah well, I've been having fun since I came back home and had to bring the camera back home and set it up again. I think it's gone a bit funky. Anyway, Renown is Repulse is actually interesting because Repulse in World War One is the senior sister. She relieves Lion as flagship of First Battle Cruiser Squadron upon entering service, and she takes part to an extent in the Second Battle of Helgen Light. She basically, when the German scouting force are caught by the British, Repulse is detached to race forward at full speed and engage enemy ships. She manages to catch them up, and she scores a single hit on the light cruiser Königsberg during the battle. When German battleships Kaiser and Kaiserin are spotted at around about 50 minutes of that, almost an hour later, the British withdraw and Repulse covers their retreat. She fired a total of 54 15-inch shells during the battle, scoring one hit on Königsberg, as said, just causing her to temporarily reduce the speed. And in 1917, she's damaged in a collision with HMS Australia. As a result of this, she goes into a refit at Portsmouth in December 1918. The aim was to improve her armour protection. Existing 6-inch armour belt was replaced by 9-inch armour plates, again from Almirante Cochrane. Basically, that battleship was so useful to the Royal Navy. It allowed them to do so many things. The original armour was fitted between the main and upper decks, above the new armour. An additional high tensile plating was added to the decks over the magazines. The anti-torpedo bulge was deepened and reworked. And again, it's all along the lines of what had been done in Ramillies, but also what I talked about, what was done with Renown. The bulges added 12 feet 8 inches to her beam and 1 foot 4 inches to her draft. And the refit, as said, added roughly 4,600 tons to her displacement. But it only cost £860,000 on her. So it was actually cheaper to do on Repulse than it was Renown. And of course, it'd be a Repulse which would, along with Hood, take part in the Empire cruise, not Renown. So Renown goes out around the world as this sort of royal yacht substitute, going solo, turning around. Hello, we're a battle cruiser. We can turn up wherever we like. Repulse goes around the world with Hood as a sort of menacing. This is our mobile rapid reaction fleet. We come with Danae class light cruisers. We're here to say we love what you've done in the place. It'd be such a shame if we were to blow it up with 15-inch guns. No one wants to do that, of course. No. We're just passing through. Aren't we lovely? Don't we look nice to you? We made it here so quickly. Yes. Do you have anything that can go 30 knots that you'd actually like to tangle with us? Do you really? Really? Oh, so nice. Hello, Congo class. You're about the only things in the world that actually could be a threat to us. So we're gonna smile extra sweet at you. Yes, we are. We look nice. That is basically the Empire Cruise. You know, they even managed to participate in the Vasco da Gama celebrations at certain points. She also gets a squash court added, this time because the Prince of Wales is off for a tour of Africa and South America. I often think in the 1920s, basically, Renown and Repulse are used to keep the Prince of Wales busy. And the moment they're busy actually doing war things is when the Prince of Wales finds Wallace, Wallace Simpson, and ends up becoming problematic for the British political class to deal with. As long as they could keep him on ships going around the world, he was fine. She's not that far or in that much trouble. You know, you have to consider again, she is, whilst her sister's in upgrade and is in modification, she is considered enough of a presence and enough of a quality looking ship, despite the fact she hasn't had the major refit yet, to go and maintain order during the Arab Revolt at Haifa during July 1938, and to convey the King and Queen on their May 1939 Canadian tour. You know, although ultimately the King and Queen travel on Empress Australia, and Repulse escorts them on a journey. Now, there's actually a reason for that, because ultimately the British government decides they can't actually do the necessary work to convert Repulse into a royal yacht without impacting her fighting capabilities, and they have to convert her back, and it's currently too high a risk, especially with Renown going in through refit and recommissioning. So, interesting ship. And by the way, this is a picture of her when she first is commissioned. I think it's from 1916, post trials. And the top right photo is a picture of her visiting Vancouver in 1924. Now, a few of you are probably going to go, but Alex, these are the pictures which come from Wikipedia. And yes, Alex is using his usual trick of, if it's on Wikipedia, it's usually covered under Wiki Commons, and he can use it. And it won't cause trouble with YouTube's copyright rules. Because recently, a recorded video I loaded up did actually come a cropper because I'd used a picture which I feel I have copyright rights to use, but according to YouTube, I don't. So whilst that's in debate, I am keeping strictly to Wikipedia pictures. Stromac, restand a battlecruiser. Yeah, well, yeah, if Congress would pay for the blasted things, but of course the US can't get destroyers, so who knows? It's an interesting one. Downstream, are battlecruisers going to benefit more from an all-forward main arm than battleships? Did the RN build Renown Repulse and Nelson Rodney the wrong way around? You can sort of extent argue that. There is actually, I'm not going to get too much into the all-forward debate because there's actually a video coming up. If you consider for a second, and I should have probably announced this earlier, the upcoming videos we have in terms of lives, the ones that won on the Patreon vote, and this was me being completely honest because I hadn't shown you all, so there was one where I've been thinking, oh good lord, it's 3 have won. Well, yes, you joined for second place again. But next Thursday's video is all about Nelson Strasbourg's tones, battles, etc., and forward armament aft. And then on next Sunday, we have Patron 47 putting the USA's second fleet to work. So we have 3 patron videos this month. It's fun times. Hopefully you'll like them all. So that one's coming up. That's good. If Fisher called battle cruisers, I'm just going to quickly answer questions before I move on to the World War II analysis. If Fisher called battle cruisers dreadnought armored cruisers, what would a dreadnought destroyer look like? Oh, good lord, that'd be interesting. Just imagine a dreadnought shrunk down to roughly 1,800 tons. Probably a super dreadnought shrunk down to roughly 1,800 tons, armed with torpedoes instead of most of their guns. That's good. 762 million. How much rebuilding all the industries and infrastructure required to build that? That would probably add a few billion onto it. Left, you're right. I know, I've just... Sorry. That's like... I hate doing it while it's live, because that's always can create weird things. Oh, that's slightly better. That's better. We'll call that better. I will play around with it later. I thought I got it fixed earlier, but it keeps going a bit funny on me. Probably need to tighten all the screws up. That's the trouble again with packing out with moving these things. It does create problems. I can't help but think that Dr. Clarke's lectures are like this. Drac is a day off. Dr. Clarke's are like going to work. Honestly, I enjoy lectures, so... Well, to an extent, actually, this is going to sound strange, but yeah, the Patreon and YouTube income now outperforms at least two of the university jobs I have. There are two university jobs I have which pay more, and two which pay less. Right. What is the point of YouTube's? What is the photo that YouTube's deluded to believe you can't use? It's actually a photo of a battle class. That it's just there. Pub, isn't the Dido a dreadnought destroyer? There's an argument for that one. Well. I have been snacking, no, because I'm trying to watch my diet. I'm trying to be healthier. Believe it or not, we can always find a word. So let's get on to World War II. Now, also I should add, she takes part in the Spanish Civil War. She's involved in that. She's incredibly busy, and that's one of the reasons. Here's the thing. The Royal Navy would love to refit their ships and could refit them quicker and probably would have got the money from the government, especially considering the issues of rebuilding industry and supporting industry that they were going on to with the rearmament program, where refitting ships was a key part of the rearmament program to upgrade industry to support constructing new ships and to employ people in the 1930s. But the Royal Navy had a lot going on. They had the Abyssinia crisis, they had the Spanish Civil War, so they actually needed the ships in service. Empress of Australia ends up getting used instead of a battlecruiser because they need her in service. This is the big problem for the Royal Navy with refits. People have to look at them and go, well, it's funding, it's this, it's that. It's not. It really isn't. It's not funding. The government would have found the money quite happily for a quicker refit program. they'd have been quite happy with a quicker refit program. They'd have been quite happy with delaying the KGVs if they could to get a quicker refit program. Because whilst Chatfield was keen on the 14-inch, and certain politicians were keen on the 14-inch, quite a large chunk of the Royal Navy and quite a lot of chunk of the government were not keen on the 14-inch guns. And honestly, they could have probably, if they'd been out wanting to do the refit program, they could have done it. But the trouble is they needed those ships in service. And remember, it's more of a reconstruction program than a refit. There is a big difference when you look at this ship versus this ship. That's her in 1945. That's her as reconstructed. That ship looks very different. The sisters have diverged. She's got the Queen Anne's mansion on. This is the difference. I have no doubt that if they had had the time, Repulse would have gone in and come out looking like this. Repulse would have been very useful. And in which case, there could have been a very interesting scenario, because we have ignominy and infamy as the results for the two sisters. And we've been going for 2 hours, and I haven't yet got on to Nelrods. Fun times. So, let's see. Repulse does a lot of things. She sunk during 4C. She sunk in just about in 1941. But she has served the previous 2 years. She's been part of the Home Fleet. She was part of the force. She, along with Furious, so battlecruiser, carrier, hunting squadron, Repulse, and Furious, went out sorted from Halifax, Canada, where Sackville is, and where I hope to go and visit at some point when I'm in Canada, on 23rd of November to try and hunt down Scharnhorst and Gneisenau after they'd sunk the Rawalpindi. Repulse is unfortunately damaged in the storm and is forced to return to port, but they are trying to do that. And then she takes part in convoying the 1st Canadian Infantry Division to Britain, which is important. The Canadian Infantry Division is very useful to get to the UK. From there, she's reassigned to the Home Fleet. In February 1940, she joins Ark Royal on the search for the German blockade runners that had broken out of Vigo in Spain. And then she's assigned to support operations in the Norwegian campaign. She takes part in various attempts to block the potential breakout into North Atlantic. And it was very close. Repulse was ordered to rendezvous with Renown. It came very close to Renown and Repulse managing to intercept Scharnhorst and Gneisenau together, because Repulse was coming down as well. A few hours here or there in changing the comm signals, and you could have had a Renown and Repulse versus Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. You could have had the two sisters versus the two sisters. You could have had a full-on sister fight. And we can all imagine and think about how that went. Because, yes, Renown has had the full rebuild, but Repulse has got a very worked-up crew, a very skilled crew, and they've got some very good sights, very good 15-inch guns. If you double the number of 15-inch guns in a place, then the number of hits could get increased, in which case one of the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau might well get more damaged. Gneisenau probably would get more damaged. And then Scharnhorst would either have to abandon her sister if she slows down or stay with her and fight, in which case you could end up with a full-on fight between the 15-inch battlecruisers and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which could be a very interesting contest. Yes, there is a ton of the stuff on paper which says Scharnhorst and Gneisenau have the stronger armour and should be able to survive the pounding a bit longer than Renown and Repulse. But there is also the fact that Renown and Repulse were registering hits, while Scharnhorst and Gneisenau weren't, and certainly their crews had a lot more practice and experience. And the 15-inch shells, if they hit, are going to do more damage than 11-inch shell. So, and when I say more damage, I mean, it of course depends on where they're going to hit, but the thing is, if any area 11-inch shell hits versus a 15-inch shell, the 15-inch shell should probably do slightly more damage than the 11-inch equivalently. They're both useful at the beginning of the war. Renown Repulse are both heavily involved in the beginning of the war and wandering around. But the thing is, Repulse hasn't been upgraded. They do consider sending to America, but she's too much in demand. You know, in April 1940, she returns to the Scapa Flow, refuels, escorts a troop convoy. In June, she's sent to the North Atlantic to search for German raiders, so plays no part in the evacuation of Norway. She takes part along with Renown and the 1st Cruiser Squadron to try and intercept Gneisenau when it sails from Trondheim to Germany in July. They are unsuccessful in that. Gneisenau manages to get away. But again, there's an potential of an interesting contest. If you had Renown, Repulse, and 1st Cruiser Squadron all find Gneisenau, that is probably not a scenario where Gneisenau comes out. That's a lot of firepower to concentrate on one German ship. Then she goes back to escorting convoys. And again, she's been used to escort the fast convoys because she can keep up with them. She takes part in a search of Bismarck in May 1941. But she runs out low on fuel. And she's refitted again between June and August 1941, receiving Oricon 20mm cannon as well as Type 284 surface gunnery radar. And then she takes part in escorting a troop convoy around the Cape of Good Hope and is transferred to East Indies Command, and of course gets involved in 4C. In 4C, she is first a vessel in the East Indies, and then she is transferred to join with Prince of Wales. And no, an aircraft carrier is supposed to join them. This is one of the things I have to try to make. 4C is supposed to have an aircraft carrier with it. Again, due to several things. Due to the loss of Glorious and Courageous earlier in the war, they have not got enough aircraft carriers to go around. Due to the loss of Ark Royal, that's been made worse. Due to the slowdown in construction, the pause in construction of carriers, there aren't the new carriers coming out. It's kind of like with the battleships again, as in the First World War. Basically, the same person has come in and made pretty much the same decision. Now, there are good reasons for making that decision, and I would argue that stopping capital ship construction, pausing capital ship construction, at the beginning of World War II makes more sense than it does at the beginning of World War I. To support the construction of escorts. However, there is absolutely no point in stopping aircraft carrier construction. Why? Because aircraft carriers don't tend to use as much armor as capital ships. They don't tend to need as much industry as capital ships in terms of their whole massive turrets, etc. In fact, they use the same weapons, etc., as you could put in escorts. So i.e. the 4.5-inch or 4.7-inch guns, etc. So you can actually just produce in larger volume. They are efficiencies. And this is the real point. I would argue, especially with Repulse, that she is lost due to the fact they don't have the aircraft carrier with them. Because you have to really study it to understand. But Repulse dances around like a freaking ballerina. I'm not sure when the special that bilge pumps have done on 4C is going to come out. But there is a line I remember saying in it myself in it, and I'm hoping this is recorded and is in it, but it's basically I came with this. 4C, it's like you have a football player, a young strapping football player who can barely dance, with an amazing an amazing lady dancer, the professional lady dancer who basically to try and make him look like he's good, she's twirling around, doing every trick, doing everything she can to try and make him look good. And he's just plodding along. And there are possibly reasons for this. The Prince of Wales might well be placing more faith in its fire control and anti-aircraft gunnery, whereas Repulse is placing more faith in its manoeuvring and its thing. But honestly, it's an entirely bad luck scenario for Repulse that she gets hit, because she couldn't be asked to do anything more in terms of dodging. And yes, if she behaved that way and she'd been Renown with Renown's AA fit, she might well have got through it. There's no way to be really certain for sure. But she does an absolutely amazing job. She really does dodge, wrap, and all sorts of things. But where does her career diverge from her sister? Because you heard me talking about her sister, and, well, her sister, as I was saying, most of the time is quite with her. Well, the thing is, Renown is more successful, but she doesn't get the kill. If she had sunk Gneisenau and Scharnhorst during the pursuit, during the revenge for glowworm crusade she was on, or done at least more heavy damage, she might well be more remembered. She keeps taking part in things. She, sinks the SS Watsui, one of the blockade runners. She's in the South Atlantic even after the Graf Spee is sunk, despite the fact she's sent down to try and get the Graf Spee, along with Ark Royal. She engages Scharnhorst Neiter, I've been over. She covers Argus when she's flying off Hurricane fighters from Malta from position of Sardinia. She takes part in a lot of Force H operations, and actually relieves Hood as flagship of Force H. Force H. She takes part in the Battle of Cape Spartivento. She bombards Genoa in 1941. She is part of the force in the Atlantic searching for the Bismarck. She actually intercepts the supply ship Gosenheim on the 4th of June and takes out the German supply ship. She does convoy work. She does all sorts of work with the Home Fleet. She at one point becomes Deputy Fleet Flagship and is when Duke of York was detached to take Winston Churchill to the Arcadia Conference. She provided cover for the convoys to the Soviet Union in March 1942. She does all sorts of things. Even at one point being the flagship of Force W, which is formed of escort carriers that were supposed to be flying off from carrier fighters for Malta in April and May of 1942. She takes part in Operation Torch. And she has to return to Britain in between February and June 1943, where her catapult and aircraft were removed, hangars converted to a laundry and cinema. She receives 72 20mm Oricons in 23 twin mounts and 26 single mounts between July and August 1943. In January 1944, a quadruple pom-pom mounting was replaced on the roof of B turret, and the 20mm guns there were resighted elsewhere. Additional AA directors with Type 282 radars are fitted at the time. She has a full things. She's actually involved taking Winston Churchill's staff back from the Quebec conference in September and takes them to the Cairo conference in November of 1944. She rejoins the Home Fleet in December, and then is transferred to the Eastern Fleet. Arrives at Colombo at the end of January 1944, becomes the flagship of 1st Battle Squadron. Again, the ship seems to have an affection for ending up in 1st Battle Squadron. I'm not sure why. She participates in Operation Cockpit. She bombards Japanese facilities off Car Nicobar and Nicobar Islands and Port Blair and the Andaman Islands, and she does so many operations. In November 1944, on November 1945, she's replaced by Queen Elizabeth as the flagship. She sent for refit at Durban to February 1945. No, that's November 1944, and then December to February 1994 to February 1945. She's refitted at Durban, and she's recalled to the UK in March 1945 in case the last remaining German heavy ships made a final sortie. They don't. She's then given a brief refit, placed in reserve in May 1945, and it's from this point she starts being disarmed, and the idea was to change her 4.5-inch turrets to remote power control turrets. That refit's then cancelled, and she hosts a meeting between King George VI and President Truman on the 3rd of August, when the latter was en route home aboard the heavy cruiser USS Augusta. And she's made a decision to be disposed of in 1948. Although she's not scrapped till 3rd of August. She's has the honour of being the last of Fisher's battle cruisers to get to the scrapyard. She outlasted Furious by just a few days. But let's be honest, most of the others that had lasted that long had got sunk. Ignominy and infamy. It's place. It's also time. The fact is, Repulse had been refitted first because she had been available, because Renown had been off doing royal tours. So Renown then gets this perfectly timed. She's going in for refit, so they must have done a major refit, major reconstruction. She has that done. And then by the time it gets time for Repulse to have hers done, it's too late. This is also why were Renown Repulse based on Revenge Queen Elizabeth? Why not just up armor and not gun and ship Tiger style? Because they basically rebuilt, took Renown and Repulse, took Revenge hulls and started rebuilding them. They are, and it's a better design for that time. You have to remember, Tiger is a very good design for its time, but it's not necessarily the best armor and framing for armor as they think about it. They've improved things since then. There've been a couple of generations of ships. It's Halifax, Canada. Dan Freeman. Halifax, Canada. That could be fun, Stafford. Non-Pickle. Glorious did okay against 11-inch shells, so R&R should be fine. However, Repulse's engines doesn't need a refit as hoods. Probably. Possibly more so. Duckle 95. If Repulse was at the Battle of Java Sea, what would have been her impact? It's hard to tell. If Repulse had survived because she had been lucky, then you have a very senior captain and a large ship. But do you have an admiral in charge of her? That's the thing. You really need a British admiral at sea. You could well find one, in which case, would there be a British admiral in charge? And that's when you start to get the changes. Is a British admiral in charge? Does he have a staff? Does that change things for the Dutch? Does that change things for Abda Command, how they operate, where they operate? All these things become a possibility. So honestly, it's Repulse surviving is too. It would be a whole different another video to look into. So right. Also, modern carriers free up less modern carriers for second line roles like ASW. Exactly, which is what the Royal Navy wanted them for. All right. What is the naval strategy at the time frame should show what is needed at the beginning of a war? That's always a help. That's always an idea. Hi, Stevenish. Um. Well, yes and no, because they already had. As I said, I'm not too bothered about the capital ship program in World War Two. In World War One, they halt it, but they don't then build escorts. That's the thing, and it takes them a while before they start building escorts. Because they don't really see the convoy war coming at the beginning of World War One. Some people do, but but not many. In World War Two, they halt it, but they also halt the carrier program, and that's more of a problem. It's one of those things. You should have kept the carrier program going, and as well as the escort program. Capital ships, I can understand halting. It's fine. In Carr, Repulsor's crew seem to consider themselves an elite. Lots of pre-war RN personnel and fought less of Prince of Wales. There was certainly some feeling about Prince of Wales. Repulse is basically the out of the two battle cruisers is the one you can most afford to lose. But she's not. Well, they don't want to lose her because they only have two. They just want fast ships out there. And let's be honest, the KGV's Prince of Wales is the one which is considered unlucky. So that she's happy. They're sort of happy. They're not happy to lose a good to send a modern ship out there where there's no fighting, but they are prepared to send her of any of the options. Second line effect. I think Repulse would have charged the destroyers and suppressed them, allowing Prince of Wales and Dorman's cruisers to flank and eviscerate the IGN force, or at least force a retreat. It would have been interesting if Prince of Wales had survived as well. Mon Peacock. Okay, allow me to restate. Glorious, despite being a carrier with no aircraft lot and thin armour, still took fire for over an hour with no real way of reply before going down. Agreed. I agree, but the thing I'm saying is that the halting of the capital ship program in World War One is not for escort production. They don't start the escort production because they're halting capital ship production. They're not. It's because the war will be over by Christmas, and then I have no idea what they're thinking. Honestly, I really don't understand it. The idea, I think, comes from that we're going to have a massive battle very quickly, and you're freeing up space for repair and repair and replacement, repair of ships which were damaged in the royal dockyards. It's nothing to do with capital ship with escort production. That comes later in World War One, as do the submarines. Because the decisions are made in 1914. The submarine war doesn't get started in 1914. There aren't enough submarines for a submarine war in 1914. We're talking 1916 really for the submarine war, and it's much the same in World War Two. Let's be honest, the amount of German submarines available in 1939 is nowhere near enough. They managed to surge them up faster than the escort production surges up to an extent, but the escort production soon overwhelms the surge in submarine construction. which pushes the submarines to have to go further and further for their hunting grounds, and convoys to have to go further and further. And it all becomes, it's a whole different thing, but that's completely off topic for today's discussion. So, Nick, what if Hood survives but Prince of Wales gets one-shotted by Bismarck? That's an interesting thing, because if that happens, the Royal Navy probably A, sends Hood, possibly Repulse, I'm not sure which one, probably Hood, for its upgrade in America. They probably sent it to American yards to get it upgraded and refitted, in which case Hood could be really kind of interesting in World War II going forward. Oh, God. Well, that's fine. Steve, if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying, I'm not going to respond to your comments. Because, as I'm saying, the submarines aren't there. That's 1916. The stopping of the capital construction in World War I, 1914. And there are no food riots, etc., that early on, because there's no food shortages that early on. You are ad hoc, ergo propter hoc on the scenarios. Right. Adfab, given the relative utility of the two branches of the R-class, was Fisher right? For World War II, the battle cruisers were better. For World War I, you needed the first group. Personally, I think every early World War I decision is based on the it'll be over by Christmas. Once the war is over, there's no more naval race against Germany, so you can reduce shipbuilding. Yep. Steve Richards, you and me are in trouble. Good luck. Anyway, so before we get into the treaty ships, Washington Naval Treaty. Right, this has a big impact on the ships. Article 1. The contracting powers agree to limit their respective naval armament as provided in the present treaty. Article 2. The contracting powers may retain, respectively, the capital ships which are specified in Chapter 2, Part 1, on the coming into force of the present treaty, but subject to the following provisions of this article, all other capital ships built or building of the United States, the British Empire, and Japan shall be disposed of as prescribed in Chapter 2, Part 2. In addition to the capital ships specified in Chapter 2, Part 1, the United States may complete and retain 2 ships of the West Virginia class now under construction. On the completion of these ships, the North Dakota and Delaware shall be disposed of as prescribed in Chapter 2, Part 2. The British Empire may, in accordance with the replacement table in Chapter 2, Part 3, construct 2 new capital ships not exceeding 35,000 tons. That's 35,560 metric tons, standard displacement each. On the completion of the said 2 ships, the Thunderer, King George V, Ajax, and Centurion shall be disposed of as prescribed of in Chapter 2, Part 2. Article 4. The total capital ship replacement tonnage of each of the contracting powers shall not exceed, in standard displacement, for the United States, 525,000 tons. For the British Empire, 525,000 tons. For France, 175,000 tons. For Italy, 175,000 tons. For Japan, 315,000 tons. Article 5. No article ship exceeding 35,000 tons standard displacement shall be acquired or constructed by, for, or within the jurisdiction of any of the contracting powers. Article 6. No capital ship or any of the contracting powers shall carry a gun with caliber in excess of 16 inches. Welcome to the joys of the world. This is what's going to feed into the decision-making process for Nelson and Rodney. The Nelson, yeah, I'm going to get to the Nelson and Rodney. I'm going to get onto them. Don't worry. I'll stay until Nelson and Rodney, then definitely. done. So it could be go on longer today. Let's have a look. Was the concept of the battlecruiser an evolutionary dead end? Not really. It evolves into the fast battleship. Basically, you need the speed, but under World War One and 1920s conditions, to get the speed, you have to sacrifice armor. By 1940s, late 1930s, 1940s, you have boilers which are efficient enough, generate enough horsepower per ton that you can maintain a reasonable level of armor and get speed. That's the point. The fast battle, you need the battle cruiser as long as the battleships are limited in their speed by the horsepower, by the psi, basically of the boilers. Once you can get enough psi, you can get enough power from the boilers. You can take the arm with you at the speed. You need the speed. So this is the ship list. Now, as you can see, America are losing their two 20,000-ton vessels, North Dakota and Delaware, to replace with West Virginia class vessels. Fun times. The British, well, we're losing 3 23,000 tons and 1 22,500 ton, including, of course, Thunderer is the London Ironworks Company, the London shipbuilders. Their ship, which they had built, Orion class, 22,500 tons. So the US Navy is exchanging 40,000 tons of battleship for newer ships. And the RN is exchanging, well, let's be honest, it is 91,500 tons for two ships. So the RN is exchanging 91,000 tons for 70,000 tons. And the US is exchanging 40,000 tons for 70,000 tons. Now, admittedly, there is HMS Hood sitting in there at 41,200 tons standard displacement, which we're all pretending doesn't exist. But, and I say this gloriously, I don't think this is necessarily the best deal for the British. I think they would have been happier, and certainly the RN would have been happier, if their deal had been for 3 ships. Now, you can go back and go, well, Alex, doesn't that alter the 525,000 ton limit? Well, it does. Currently, at this point, they're 580,000 tons. If you take off the 91,500 tons, they go down to 488,500 tons, according to my maths. Oh no, 88,950 tons. Sorry. This is why I shouldn't do maths on air. I should just read it from the Excel spreadsheet I could have put up. But the thing is, they then go up to probably 550,000 tons. Which, considering, as we look at this one, the RN and the US Navy are limited to 525,000 tons, the RN still got to lose some ships. And this is the thing the Royal Navy really sort of did understand and did try and explain. Yes, they had to lose Thunderer, King George V, and Centurion, and Ajax, but they were probably also going to lose Iron Duke, Marlborough, Emperor of India, a lot of other ships. They wanted to have a class of 3. They wanted to have a decent number of 16-inch ships. But eventually they had to accept a pair of them. This also, do you think Renown Repulse had an influence on the German surface raiders? Were there shiny horses built with the ability to defend them off, or did the Nazis ignore them? The Nazis, to an extent, ignored them because they, to an extent, the Germans. If you're in a scenario where you're dealing with the British, the odds are you're going to be dealing with a ship which is going to outpace you right up until you've got Tirpitz and Bismarck and Tirpitz and so. That's the first time the Germans really have a ship which is designed to go one-to-one with the British. They're more focusing on the French and the Russians. I don't want to get into how far the RN has fallen that list. Ah, well. So, Washington. Naval Treaty continued. Part 3, replacement. This is where it gets important. Capital ships and aircraft carriers, 20 years after the date of their completion, may, except as otherwise provided in Article 8 and in the tables in Section 2 of this part, be replaced by new construction, but within the limits prescribed in Articles 4 and 7. The keels of such new construction may be laid down not earlier than 17 years from the date of completion tonnage to be replaced, provided, however, no capital ship tonnage, with the exception of the ships referred to in the third paragraph of Article 2, and replacement tonnage specifically mentioned in Section 2 of this part, shall be laid down until the 10 years from November 12, 1921. Each of the contracting powers shall communicate promptly to each other the contracting powers the following information. Name of the capital ships, aircraft, and aircraft carriers to be replaced by new construction. The date of government authorization of the replacement tonnage. The date of government the date of laying the keels of replacement tonnage. The standard placement in tons and metric tons of each new ship to be laid down. And the principal dimensions, namely length at waterline, extreme beam at or below waterline, mean draft, standard displacement. Date of completion of each new ship and its standard displacement in tons and metric tons, and the principal dimensions, namely length, waterline, extreme beam at the below waterline, mean draft, and time of completion. In case of loss or accidental destruction of capital ships or aircraft carriers, they may immediately be replaced by new construction, subject to the tonnage limits prescribed in Articles 4 and 7, and in conformity with the other provisions of the present treaty. Again, the RN could have just had an accident with some of its R-class battleships. It really could have. It could have gone, you know what, we need to have a class of at least 4 nail rods, so we're just going to have an accident here. Oh, what happened to you, HMS Revenge? Did you smash into those rocks? Oh, you're ruined. You're absolutely destroyed. Oh, we're going to have to replace you. No retained capital ships or aircraft carriers shall be reconstructed except for the purposes of providing means of defense against air and submarine attack, and subject to the following rules. Ooh, look at all that armoring which was done on Renown Repulse and all the others. But however, under these rules, specifically, the British Empire shall be permitted to complete. In the case of Renown, the alterations to armour have already been commenced but temporarily suspended. Was worth noting. Anyway, here are some definitions before we get into this too much. Capital ship. A capital ship, in the case of ships hereafter built, is defined as a vessel of war, not an aircraft carrier, whose displacement exceeds 10,000 tons, standard displacement, of which carries a gun with a caliber exceeding 8 inches. Or which carries a gun with a caliber exceeding 8 inches. An anti-aircraft carrier is defined as a vessel of war with a displacement in excess of 10,000 tons, standard displacement designed for the specific exclusive purpose of carrying aircraft. It must be so constructed that aircraft can be launched therefrom and landed thereon, and not designed and constructed for carrying a more powerful armament than that allowed to it under Article 8, Article 9, or Article 10, as the case may be. Standard displacement. Standard displacement of a ship is the displacement of a ship complete, fully manned, engined, and equipped, ready for sea, including all armament and ammunition, equipment, outfit, provisions, and fresh water for crew. Miscellaneous stores and implements of every description that are intended to be carried in war, but without fuel or reserve feed water on board. The word ton in the present treaty, except in the expression metric tons, shall be understood to mean a ton of 2,240 pounds. That's 1,016 kilograms. Vessels now completed shall retain their present ratings of displacement tonnage in accordance with their national system of measurement. However, a power expression displacement in metric tons shall be considered for the application of the present treaty as owning only the equivalent displacement in tons of 240 pounds, 2,240 pounds. The vessel completed hereafter shall be rated as its displacement tonnage when in the standard condition defined herein. Cute times. Definitely fun times. Zachary, Dr. Clarke, would you have thought the RM would have named a third Nelson-class battleship? Anson. Anson is the next senior one along. I would like it to be Collingwood, but probably Anson. Maybe St. Vincent, because they were on a sail kick with Anson, with Nelson and Rodney. That's good. Just claim a boiler explosion, but everyone got out in time. Tell the ratings to go ham with hammers and pickaxes in the engine room. Yeah, there's lots of options. Lots of options. Anyway, so these are your treaty battleships, the Nelrods. Now, the point that often comes up is the G3s and the other battleships. And why is the RN pushing on this design? Well, the RN is looking for the most efficient design it can cram into a ship, which can use the maximum of the existing infrastructure. Because remember, the RN was supposed to do a rebuild of infrastructure and upgrade of shipyards in 1916. What happened? World War One. In 1918-19, when they are starting on the G3s and looking at them, they're looking around and they are pretty sure they're not going to get to be able to do an expansion till the start of expansion until 1924. Most of these expansions tend to take 2 to 3 years. So if you're doing an infrastructure expansion, it means you're not going to have it probably ready till at least 1927, and if you're being conservative, 1928, 1929. In which case, if you consider Hood is going to have trouble fitting in all but a few of the dry docks and facilities the RN has around the world, suddenly you have to build a ship which has equivalent firepower as Hood, but is condensed as much as possible. But you don't want to repeat the mistake of the R-class battleships versus the Queen Elizabeths. So this is the idea you come up with. So you need space between a magazine for your shells and your boiler rooms, because otherwise the heat will affect them. So ideally, you want to put them at different ends of the ship, because otherwise you need to double that space, because you need to have that space both sides of the boiler rooms and the guns separated off. So that allows you to condense the ship down, which allows you to concentrate and make it heavier armor either side, because again, you're spending less space, but you can use the same tonnage. When you've got a tonnage limitation as well as those infrastructure limitations, it really doesn't become important to build an efficient ship. This is the design we're talking about. We're talking about a ship which has its magazines forward and its guns designed as this. Now, I don't like this gun layout because I think it should be C turret that's raised rather than B turret, because if you made it a little bit longer and you raised up C, you could have C and B both be able to fire forward over A, and therefore you could have a 9-gun forward firing. But honestly, you can also get that off at an angle, so it's me being a perfectionist. It allows you on the shorter to make maximum use of the existing infrastructure, maximum use of the tonnage in the most efficient design possible. And it gives you a 9-gun broadside, which is more than any other British battleship has at this point, other than Agincourt. Really? And it's 9 16-inch guns. So that is a far more powerful broadside than Hood. The main problem is to save weight and for more armor, they go for less boilers, and they only go for a 2-shaft system. This is a big problem. Going for 2 shafts reduces the amount of power you can get through. If you've gone for a 3-shaft design, which is the intermediary option, and slightly more boilers and turbines, yes, it would have weighed in more. You'd have a slightly bigger ship, and you'd have to have the armor spread out so it'd be slightly thinner, but to cover a larger area. Not much, but it would be noticeable in terms of half an inch, probably. Maybe as much as an inch difference. You could well have got this design up to 28, 29 knots. And that is a really interesting idea, because she's a theoretical 23 knot, which gets up to 25, 26 knots at certain points. Certainly gets up to 25.5 knots when hunting down Gneisenau at one point. But Gneisenau can go faster than that, and does get sort of speed fully. Also seems to get up to roughly that speed when hunting Bismarck. She's got a very efficient hull design. It's a very capable hull design shape. So again, the main limit is the number of shafts and the power they have. You either have to upgrade the turbines and upgrade the boilers to the maximum level, and even then with 2 shafts there is a limit, or a 3-shaft design. So I don't mean because Ripples. How would the crew of Royal Oak have done if she had been a Nelrod, as per your previous scenario? If Royal Oak had had an accident and they built a Nelrod to take her place, then if they called it Royal Oak, so they called it Royal Oak just for the joy of things, she'd have probably done okay. She'd have been damaged by the torpedoes, but probably not damaged to the extent that Royal Oak was, because the torpedo defense system on the Nelson and Rodney was far, far more extensive, as it was built into them from the beginning rather than added on, if that makes sense. Come, a convenient accident in the Irish and North Sea coast, there's always options. Or perhaps Canada. Inca, at range, 916 and times 16 can fire forward on higher elevations, long range. Well, if you did it in my order, in my design, you could do that. In nicest way, there is no angle at which C can fire over B. It would have to get up to more than 45 degrees to be able to safely clear C. For C to safely clear B. And the maximum they can get up to is 30 degrees, so no. Whereas if you had B on the same level as, let's put it this way, you had C raised up and B came back sort of slightly behind, slightly beneath it, kind of like the BA design. Then B could probably be at that distance. B could be raised up to 30 degrees and probably clear A. But honestly, these ships are designed around the idea of efficiency. I see a lot of people sitting there critiquing them and going, "Oh, we would like the gun to be back and all this." And there is part of me which agrees with you. If I was designing a battleship and I was designing without the treaty limitations, without the infrastructure limitations, and I had a free hand, yeah, there wouldn't be all my firepower would not be concentrated in free ship the guns forward. But the moment I start factoring in infrastructure, etc., then I'm looking at I'm looking at the things forward, especially once I've got the treaty tonnage limitations. It's also something interesting that I really do reckon that, again, if the tonnage limitation had not been 35,000 tons, but had been, let's say, 38,000 tons, I don't see any chance of the RN not ending up with a lot faster ship. because they would have put that 3,000 tons into the horsepower, into the fuel, the speed, and the Nelrods could have been the first fast battleships. And by that I mean they would have probably made 28, 29 knots. It's not. It's really the design that could have been got there. It just needs that extra shaft. It just needs some more boilers. So an accident in Canada would make more sense, as a squad of destroyers wrecked themselves on Newfoundland coast during the war. I think there were 4 stackers, but could be wrong. There was 4 stackers that went down off the California coast, but I think there was also during World War II a wreck in, or was it World War One? There were some issues in Canada as well. There have been lots of issues with their destroyers around at times. Destroyers have a habit of ending up in having an issue. They can end up having an issue, especially in big storms, and getting took to shore. Anyway, so HMS Nelson. Nelson has a pretty darn cool career. She does. You know, Nelson and Rodney are ships which have good careers. The idea that one does get more obvious success than the other, but the thing is, they both have pretty darn cool careers. Look at these pictures of Nelson. She looks gorgeous. She is gorgeous. Would I like the guns rearranged? I've been over that so many times. It doesn't matter. Would I like them to be faster? Yes. But honestly, that doesn't detract from the fact that she's a very good design for what she is, built in the limitations she is. Would I have sacrificed armor for speed? Yes, but that's in hindsight, knowing what World War II turns out to be. World War II turns out to be a war of maneuver, where frankly she could have managed to drop her belt to 13 inches the whole way, and drop her deck armor to 6 inches the whole way, and barbettes probably down to about 14 inches, and turrets maybe down to 15 inches, and she could have got away with it. Could have dropped her conning tower completely. But they didn't. They had some bulkheads on the Nelrod class which were 12 inches thick. Just think about that, how strong that bulkhead is going to be. You were doing 12 inches thick bulkhead. Anyway, she's laid down in December 1922 at Armstrong Whitworth's Low Walker shipyard in North Tyneside, Newcastle, and is launched in September 1925. She's commissioned in August 1927 at a cost of £7.5 million. Now, they were often sometimes nicknamed Nelsol and Rodney because, of course, the RN's old class fleet auxiliary oil tankers, which also had a prominent amidship superstructure, which is rather a cute one. Nelson's trials were an interesting scenario, but they did quite well on them. And she entered service in October 1927 as the flagship of the Atlantic Fleet, which of course is renamed the Home Fleet in 1932. Remaining in that role until 1941. She served various operations at during the time and often hosted royalty. She was a very successful ship. In March 1931, she actually collided with the SS West Wales off Cardiff in Wales. Well, the SS West Wales of Cardiff in Wales, and is off Cape Galano in Spain. Neither vessel's badly damaged, apparently. And She also, of course, took part in the Invergordon Mutiny, which is rather less fun, when the crew of Nelson refused to go to sea for an exercise. Basically, once the Admiralty announced that they weren't going to impose the pay cuts which they'd originally proposed, their ships go to sea. The Invergordon Mutiny is pretty much a protest over pay and relations because things are broken down between the officers in charge of the fleet, and this is important, it's between the officers in charge of the home fleet and the crew. And the officers in the home fleet haven't been communicating properly what's going on in them to the Admiralty. So the Admiralty ends up having to send out a whole new batch of officers basically to go and find out what's going on, who have much better relations with the crew, find out and get a report back, yeah, these guys haven't been responding properly to what's been going on, haven't been communicating. They've been telling us it's fine, impose the pay cuts, and it really wasn't. Royal Navy was not happy with that. They don't like these sort of things. They like to deal with them softly before it happens. She doesn't really take part in long-range cruising. This is the point. British battleships don't really go far of their fleet area, especially not Nelson and Rodney, because there's only two of them, and these are the most powerful battleships in the Royal Navy. They have 9 16-inch guns, so they have more guns in their broadside than any other battleship, and they are the larger guns. And the Royal Navy only has 2 of them. So the Royal Navy is incredibly careful of them because they need them for wartime. So they don't want them to have any accidents in peacetime. Nelson was unsuccessfully attacked several times by submarines when World War II began. And she was actually part of many of the operations in the beginning of the war. She's part of the force that goes after Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. In fact, Nelson and Rodney are argued to possibly by accident actually get closest to them, but there's a debate as to whether that's on their charts. She managed to detonate a magnetic mine laid by U-31 at the entrance to Loch U in December 1939, and is then repaired at Her Majesty's Dockyard, Portsmouth. It takes until August 1940. The mine had taken out a 10-foot by 6-foot hole in the hull forward of A turret, which had flooded the torpedo compartment and some adjacent compartments. It's always fun when the torpedo compartment gets flooded, because remember, that's massive. The flooding caused a small list, and the ship's trimmed to be down by the bow. No one was killed. 74 sailors, however, were wounded. She returned to service in August, and her, Rodney, and Hood are transferred from Scapa Flow to Rosyth in order to be there in case of invasion. So, when she's up there, when they get the signal that the Jervis Bay was being attacked by the Admiral Scheer, Nelson and Rodney are deployed to block the gap between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. Unfortunately, Scheer heads for the South Atlantic to avoid them. Well, to avoid what the Admiralty's got there. And so when Admiralty learnt that Gneisenau and Scharnhorst were attempting to break out of the North Atlantic again, Nelson, Rodney, and Renown this time are ordered in January 1941 to assume a position south of Iceland where they could intercept them. Basically, the idea was this. Renown would run them down and damage one of them to the point at which they had to slow down, at which point Rodney and Nelson would come up and blow them to smithereens. It was a very simple and some would say optimistic, but considering what happens later with Renown, well, had happened already in early operations in 1940 off Norway with Renown and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, possibly viable plan. Nelson's life becomes more active when she becomes what's called a private ship, i.e. she stops having an admiral aboard, stops being a flagship in April 1941. And then she starts escorting convoys. In fact, on one journey, she and Eagle pass within 7,700 yards during 1980 May the German auxiliary cruisers the Atlantis. They don't spot it, it's at night. And neither has a radar which is working and detects her or sees her. Because otherwise, that could be a very interesting thing. Atlantis versus Nelson would have been a very interesting fight. We can all work out how many salvos it would have been before Atlantis was sunk. Nelson and Eagle, therefore, take part in a pursuit of Bismarck a few days later, after that sort of operation. And their position was north of Freetown. Unfortunately, she sunk well before Nelson and Eagle could reach her. But this is another. This is the point I always make about Bismarck and getting sunk. Maybe if she did win versus Rodney and King George V, she doesn't get many places. There is Renown, there is Nelson, there are lots of other ships coming in to go, hello. The odds of her winning versus Rodney and King George V are incredibly low. The odds of her winning versus Rodney, let's be honest, are quite low. Because Rodney is... Well, no, Bismarck's wounded and Rodney is Rodney. Basically, Admiral Rodney incarnated with 9 16-inch guns. She then goes to the Mediterranean, and she takes part in sort of operations in there. And she has a very active career in Mediterranean. Now, she, at one point, is the flagship of James Somerville in Force H. She takes part in Operation Mincemeat, which is the Force H escorting a mine layer to Livorno to lay its mines, whilst Ark Royal as aircraft attack Sardinia. And again, they're hoping the Italian fleet comes out. That's what they want. The Italian fleet to come out. They want it to hit the minefield, but they'd also quite like the idea of Italian battleships ending out versus this thing's 16-inch guns. Yes, the Italian battleships can outpace this vessel, but they don't want to get within fighting range of this vessel. That's the idea the British are operating under. I would say the Littorios would give it a run for its money. They're certainly better than the Bismarck, but I think one-on-one, Nelson could survive. It becomes more difficult if you manage to have a pack of Littorios. She carries on doing operations throughout World War II. She's sent to the Philadelphia shipyard in June 1944 after Normandy, and returns to Britain in January 1945 and is then assigned to the Eastern Fleet. She arrives there in July 1945, becoming the fleet flagship 3 days later. She takes part in Operation Livery, and she's a very scary ship for the Royal Navy to have out there. Unfortunately, she is, of course, scrapped in 1949, well, after the war's over. But she has a good experience in war. She does her duty. Rodney has a slightly more evocative war. Let's answer the questions though before we get into Rodney. One Peacock, do you reckon the RN could have got away with an accidental crash in the North Sea, sinking all the R's? We had no idea how things went that badly, honest. Not all the R's, but I think if one of them had had an accident, they could probably have got away with it. But you have to remember that if the RN had pulled that trick, the odds are the Japanese end up pulling that trick as well. Hmm. Take care, Tenafelica. Hope you're having a good time. John Luke, Fast and Nelson class could have been quite a butterfly effect downrange. HMS Rodney is still beautiful regardless of speed. True. Now, HMS Nelson does keep running his water bang things and surviving. This is my point earlier when we were talking about Royal Oak. I think a nail rod would have survived that better. It would have still been damaged, but I think that survived better. What was the weight of the 6-inch battery on the Nelsons? Could they have had the free tonnage for the third and fourth shafts and power plants if they'd had a battle cruiser secondary instead? That's an interesting idea, but I don't think it would have been quite enough for. It could have been enough, possibly, for a third shaft. Once you're getting into the fourth shaft, you're getting a lot more weight. Okay, but a third shaft potentially. But there again, they wanted a 6-inch secondary because they went with battleships. And the reason they went with battleships is because they were sacrificing battleships. This is the point I was trying to make earlier. The Royal Navy is sacrificing battleships for this, so they see that as we're replacing battleships with battleships. Maybe building the nail rods fitted for, but not with some armor plates, which conveniently rest in the warehouse, just be pulled in place in case of war. That's an idea which certainly could have been interesting. Not really with Rodney and its Invigordon unique role. In Carr, what Nelson Rodney different in terms of fitting out as flagship? Nelson tended to have carry more staff personnel, so its officers' quarters, especially junior officer quarters, were far more cramped because they were far more crowded. Vision, would you trade a turret for speed? I have considered the idea of making them quad 16-inch guns and doing that, but no. I think you need the 3 turrets, and I think you need the 9 guns. Dunham, were any dairy products harmed in the mining Nelson, or was that only in Torpedo Attack Later? Torpedo Attack Later was where they lost some cheese. It's a sad day. John Luke, in the case of Operation Sea Lion taking place, would Rodney have just popped down to the channel to ruin people's lives until it ran out of targets? The idea was for Nelson, Rodney, and Hood to pop down together to the channel to ruin people's lives until they would run out of targets. Mm-hmm. Back again, it would have been a short fight with Atlantis going very quickly. Well, as said, the option, the plan was Renown would damage one of the Scharnhorst to the point at which they couldn't use their speed, and then, well, Nelson or Rodney would come up and go bye-bye. Scharnhorst could outrun Gneisenau, could outrun Nelson or Rodney. Although, as we all know, Gneisenau almost didn't get away from Rodney. That was because, of course, they were at a standing start, and Rodney was already going full speed. You only need Rodney to have been capable of a couple more knots, and probably Gneisenau doesn't get away from that particular incident. Would they object to having 9 proper guns rather than about 100? They probably would like more, but they'd quite like the 9 16-inch guns because they'd be massive. Come on, crash 2 hours together during an exercise. Then be like, wow, miracle, no one was hurt, but they are totaled. That could work, and they could get you an extra 2 nail rods. Ah. So Operation Sea Lion would have been the Germans feeding the British until they got enough XP to level up. It would have been interesting. Yeah. It would have been interesting. Anyway, Rodney. Oh, I love this ship. She is one of my favourites. And those are some great pictures of her. And including the centre one is, of course, her firing on Bismarck. Then there's a lovely picture of her taking part in a convoy under air attack. You can see her if you look very closely. There is a picture of her off Mirza Kabir in 1942. There's a picture of her at the Western Approaches in April 1943 there. There's her firing her main guns off Caen in 1944. That's on the left-hand side of the picture. And, of course, there's the coloured photo, which is from Rodney in May 1942. And you can really see how her camouflage changes over time and what they do. Those are some good pictures of Rodney. Rodney is built at Camel Air's shipyard in Birkenhead. Unsurprising, really. However, she's launched in December 1925 by Princess Mary, who, after 3 attempts at cracking the bottle of Imperial Burgundy on her. Yep, basically, Rodney was going, I don't want to crack the bottle, I want to drink the bottle. She was being pure Admiral Rodney at this point. No, I don't want to crack the bottle, that'll waste your Burgundy. No, not a third attempt. Fine. You're not going to let me drink it. She completed her trials and was commissioned in December 1927 under then the Captain Henry Kitson. Now, Kitson is pretty cool because he goes on to become a Vice Admiral and commander of 3rd Battle Squadron. He serves in World War II as the Flag Officer, Coast of Cornwall, 1940 to 1942. His brother-in-law, Frank the Pass, was the first Jewish recipient of the Victoria Cross, and his sons include Frank Edward Critson, who was a general in the British Army until 1985. Anyway, Kitson's just cruel and cool. The ship cost £7,617,799. She has a good career. She actually went through a second set of trials, which were finished in 1928, and then was assigned to the 2nd Battle Squadron, the Atlantic Fleet, and remained with them until 1941. Again, it's rather like Nelson. You have these powerful ships. They are wonderful, but you only have 2, so you're not sending them around the world. They're not going to go to the Mediterranean. They're not going to go to the Far East. They're going to stay in the home fleet or Atlantic Fleet. They're going to stay home because you might deploy them for a war elsewhere in the world, but until you need to deploy them, you want them as close to home as possible so they're near the best refit facilities so you can have them refitted as quickly as possible and maintained as quickly as possible so you get the maximum service out of them possible and the maximum availability from them as possible. Because that's what you're dealing with. When you've got 2 ships, you're dealing with availability, and that's the constant battle you've got. She took part in attempted to take part in a submarine rescue in July 1929 during the combined exercises for the Mediterranean and Atlantic Fleet. And she tried to go to the assistance of two submarines that had collided off Milford Haven in Wales, but she doesn't get there soon enough. And there are no survivors from one of the subs. And the fact is, this is the first time they start to realise the ship's propulsion machinery is starting to prove troublesome. And so her captain at that point, Francis Tottenham, is also another good career and a good officer. Basically writes a note about it and says this needs to be fixed. And so she goes into a refit in September that year. And when she comes out of refit in January next year, really, well, Tottenham's been relieved by a gentleman called Andrew Cunningham, who will, of course, go on to become First Sea Lord in time. But he becomes her captain in December 1929. In 1930, she visited Northern Ireland and then did a voyage to Iceland to commemorate the 1000th year of the Icelandic Parliament. Cunningham is relieved early, being relieved in December 1930, because they want to keep promoting him and he needs to go off and become a Rear Admiral. In September 1931, the crew of Rodney took part in the Gordon Mutiny, like Nelson. But the captain who had replaced Cunningham, who was felt if he'd been in charge, there wouldn't have been a mutiny, Bellairs, was relieved. And he was relieved by Captain John Tovey, who, of course, Tovey will go on to command the Home Fleet in World War II. Now, Nelson ran aground in 1934, and during this time, Rodney became the temporary fleet flagship for Admiral Lord William Boyle, who was the commander of the Home Fleet at this point. And they did a winter cruise to the British West Indies. The fleet visited 2 Norwegian ports before returning home and had a generally good time. Wilfred Custis relieved Tovey in August of that year, 34, and then their winter cruise in 1935 went to the West Indies. They took part in the King George V Silver Jubilee and then served as the Royal Guard ship during Cowes Week. They took part in the King George VI coronation in May 1937. The ship's crew went to take part of it. And again became temporary fleet flagship when Nelson began a lengthy refit in 1937 and Sir Roger Backhouse hoisted his flag aboard her. During this time, she visited Oslo. Basically, whenever Nelson's away, Rodney seems to get to visit Norway. We can all think about why this is, but every time Nelson goes in for a refit, Rodney gets the fleet admiral and goes for a visit to Norway. It just seems to turn up. When I look through this, I'm going, why does Rodney keep going to Norway? Every time Rodney gets a replacement admiral, gets to carry the admiral, they have to do a trip to Norway. I'm not sure. Perhaps it was an unofficial rule. Nelson rarely gets trips to Norway. Rodney seems to be always going there, whenever she's flagship. In 1939, she stops being a private ship for a long time because she gets Rear Admiral Lancelot Holland hosting his flag, and she becomes the flagship for the 2nd Battle Squadron. In the Second World War, as we all know, she has a very interesting career. She is commanded for quite a lot of World War II by Frederick Dalrymple Hamilton, who is an officer who doesn't believe in limits of speed or horsepower and feels that any ship, if properly motivated, can go faster. He's sure it can go faster. He will will it to go faster. He will get behind the ship and start pushing if he thinks it will make it go faster. Every ship in his mind can be a speedboat if he just puts enough effort into it and gets the crew properly motivated. Winston Churchill goes for a voyage aboard her. She's used by King George VI and Queen Elizabeth when they're going on a morale-boosting tour of the Scottish shipyards. And, you know, Rodney is pretty darn important. She takes part in the Norwegian operations. Actually gets hit by a bomb monster there, but carries on work. And again, swaps over and takes on the role of fleet flagship when Nelson has to go into dockyard. If you've noticed, this is the point here. Basically, the RN has two of these, and because they have two of these, one is always the flagship of the home fleet, because they're the most powerful ships in the Royal Navy. Again, it's the joy of having just two. In 1941 comes the famous incident with Gneisenau. Rodney, of course, had joined the hunt for Charles Gneisenau, who are out at this point. And Gneisenau was rescuing survivors from the reefer ship, the Chilean reefer, when Rodney steamed over the horizon. Gneisenau was, of course, not at anywhere near full speed. Rodney, unfortunately, was silhouetted against the setting sun and partially hidden by behind a burning merchant ship. Despite the German ship being at between 15 and 16 nautical miles, the maximum range for Rodney's guns, they decide to start trying to fire. And they work off at their top speed. And they are trying to close. And there's a while when Gneisenau is going slow enough she's catching, but Gneisenau pushes on to a top speed of 31 knots. And, well, when we say 31 knots, the Germans think they reached their top speed, but again, it's kind of like the British ships. When they're out of refit, just out of refit, they're probably reaching top speed, but I'm reckoning Gneisenau probably maxed out at roughly 30 knots at this point. Mainly based on maintenance records and the likelihood of our systems. But still, that's more than fast enough to get away from the 25-ish knots, which we reckon Rodney was sort of achieving. But there was certainly a time, if they had been closer, there's a lot of what ifs in that scenario. If they'd been closer, if they'd been slightly faster, if they'd been lucky with some of their 16-inch shells, the things could have turned out very differently. Basically, Gneisenau gets away, but that is skill of her crew, but also a lot of luck. Then, of course, she takes part in the hunt for Bismarck. Rodney was actually started off, she was escorting the Britannic, which was taking civilians and to Canada. When she did it, basically she left the Britannic with Eskimo to protect the Britannic. HMS Eskimo, that lovely little tribal class destroyer which considers bows an optional extra. And with Somali, Mashona, and Tata, goes off to commence her search. She has the American naval attaché aboard, which is always fun during this time. And they have a discussion on board, and when they get the signal from Suffolk, they work out where they think she's heading, and they set course for Brest. During this pursuit, she definitely achieves at least 22 knots on a few times, which theoretically exceeds the maximum speed she was supposed to be able to do by this point of 20 knots. Now, admittedly, her maximum top speed when she's freshly worked up is 23 knots when she's first built, but engines and things had gone down at this point, so they expected her to be slower. But she's pushing it. And she might have even got slightly faster. There's a debate amongst it. It depends how you work out the maths and how you account for the action of the waves and the tide and the effect of basically the weather on her movements. Whether her engines are actually performing fast enough that in the calm sea she'd be doing faster, but she seems to be making 22 knots of headway. Now, of course, Tovey, who is a former captain, makes a mistake. And he believes, because of the information he receives, that the Bismarck is heading elsewhere. But eventually they realize where she's actually going. They manage to form up. And when it comes down to the fight, Rodney spots Bismarck at 08:44 hours on 27th of May, 1 minute after King George V, and opens fire at a range of 23,400 yards before King George V. Bismarck is able to reply at 08:49 hours. Both ships' salvos were off, but Rodney straddled her opponent with a third salvo and hit twice with a fourth at 09:02, which knocked out the forward superfiring turret, disabled the lower turret, and severely damaged Bismarck's bridge. Bismarck was managing to score no hits, although she'd managed to get shell splinter hits before her forward guns were knocked out. And the British ships were maneuvering rapidly. As we've often pointed out, Rodney keeps aiming for the fall of shot and is going as fast as she can to do it. Now, this has several effects of throwing off your targeting, because you're targeting based on your fall of shot, where it landed versus where it was supposed to land, and now your enemy ship's aiming for where you just fired, and that it just multiplies your problems. It actually almost forces you to have to start again and to start your calculations again, rather than being able to refine from where they were. You don't have the nice progression. You have a almost seemingly random movement. One of the interesting things is that after firing 378 16-inch shells and 706 6-inch shells during the battle, it was felt that Rodney's own main guns, when firing at low elevation, actually caused more damage than Bismarck had achieved to her. In fact, whole deck plates around the main guard turrets have been depressed due to the muzzle blast. Piping, urinals, water mains broken, and rivets loosened, bolts in the hull plating, various compartments have been flooded, and one gun in A turret permanently broke down during the battle, and 2 others in B turret were temporarily disabled, all by the effects of the fire. That's fun. After this, she goes back, she gets repaired. Dalrymple Hampton is unsurprisingly relieved to be promoted, and she gets a new captain, James Rivet Carnac. And then she goes to this is during, well, she said Boston. She's sent to America for repair, and then works up in Bermuda before going and joining Force H. She takes part in pretty much every major operation in the Mediterranean. in 1942 and 1943. In 1944, she takes part in the Operation Overlord and the Normandy landings. And then she goes for repairs and, well, she basically is a very worn out ship by this point, but still rather useful just in case the Germans do a massive sortie. And so she basically sits as the home fleet flagship for a while. In November 1945, well, she goes to Portsmouth, where Sir Henry Moore, the Admiral of Home Fleet, transfer his flag to a sister, and after that, she's in Dockyard Number 3 Dry Dock in Rosyth from the 2nd December 1945 till the 1st of March 1948. Her condition is surveyed, her leaks are patched, and it's decided that, frankly, she needs to be scrapped because she's been so worked out during war. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Mon Peacock, am I the only person who thinks a 16-inch gun makes little sense for the RN? Should have stayed with a 15-inch for logistics and not massive downgrade. Honestly, I can see your point, but you have to remember the 16-inch is important because that's the maximum as according to treaty, and the RN wasn't going to build less than the maximum. That's the thing. The moment there's a treaty maximum, everyone's going to build to it. The same as what happens with cruisers, the same that happens with destroyers. The moment you have a maximum, everyone's building to that maximum. Seamush, treaties were modified to suit their needs. They could have written a provision for two slightly small hoods. For that, you would need to raise the tonnage. Again, the limit for these ships is the tonnage. That's the point. So you would need to get an agreement of probably, well, let's be honest, Hood's 41,000 tons in standard displacement. So these are 35,000 tons in standard displacement. So that's 6,000 more tons. To get somewhere near Hood, you would probably need to get the Americans to agree to a 38,000 ton, which is a treaty, which means you need to get the Americans, who are obsessed with pushing everyone as low as they can, to go higher. That's the problem. A treaty isn't just written by one power, especially not the Washington Naval Treaty, which has a lot of powers interfering with it, and especially a lot of factions in the US all playing their games with it. As I was going to say, if the RN weren't all in with speed and built something more analogous to Nagato, what do you see Nelson and Rodney looking like? Well, actually, this design is fairly efficient speed-wise. It's, as I said, it's a third shaft and it's some slightly more boilers, and you have a very fast ship. So basically, take armor off, add engines, and you probably end up with your add length and take armor off, add length, and add engines, and you probably have what the RN goes for. Therefore, Could the Nelsons have used longer barrel 15-inch guns to replace the 16-inch? That is an option they could have gone with, but they didn't. They went with the 16-inch because, as said, that was the biggest you were allowed. Honestly, they needed a longer barrel 16-inch. We'll get that one side. Benjamin, when a little kid in pre-internet era, photos of Rodney and Rob Ball's Bismarck book puzzled me to no end because I didn't think a battleship could look like an oil tanker with a turret around on board. Sometimes. Ian Carr, Rodney much more worn out by Naval to Nelson, as I understand it. Was that due to the times Nelson spent out of service following mine torpedo damage? Pretty much, and the fact that Nelson, during that damage, Rodney had usually got to have a lot more fun. I.e., Nelson was steaming up to take part in the sinking of the Bismarck. Rodney was actually there for the sinking of the Bismarck. And that firing, that engagement, caused a lot of damage. Senator, at what point in their career is it basically decided what kind of rank someone will end up in? The moment you reach commander, it's basically worked out whether you're going to reach rear admiral. You can still get there. In nicest way, you can still get there if you do well as a captain, but pretty much we can tell by what your postings are going to be, what your likelihood are. And then from that point up, you can, if you look at the postings, you can see, pretty much predict where people are going. There are certain postings which are career ends. It's like in the army, if you become the lieutenant general in charge of, well, maybe terms the bish, the vicar, the Padre's course, Padre Corps. That's basically your end of your career. We know that. You're a lieutenant general in charge of it because you need to liaise with archbishops and these sort of things. So you need someone of a certain rank. But honestly, you're not going on for an active post after that one. And it's similar like that. A brief history of collection of the collision of Military Haven. I will put something together. Carl. Student, clearly someone on Nelson wasn't supposed to know something about about something in Norway that the Admiral did. In Carl, didn't Rodney have a mind of her own sometimes when it came to steering like Warspite? She did suddenly have love. Love of life, let's say, with Rodney. Rodney gets a red stripe painted down the side to make it go faster. Honestly, if it had worked, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd found out if Hamilton had done it. Seneca, imagine if that captain was captain of an IOTA. Are 40 knots possible? Why limit yourself to 40 knots? Why? There's so much more you could possibly get. In Carr, KTV becomes flagship when commissioned? Pretty much. 1940, just two. Just like the pack of Twix. Do they have the whole left versus right rubber going on too? A bit of it. John Luke, what was Darrell Hampton's attitude to other battleships? The 9x16s can shoot faster and farther. Everything goes faster and everything dies. Pretty much. Let's be honest. With Gneisenau, his gunnery officer was going, "Sir, that's our maximum range. Fire! It's our maximum range, sir. Fire! I will get me closer. I will hit them with my sword." Was his policy. As Steve is pointing out, lots of people pointing out, track channel sustained 36 to 37 knots on in the 1980s. That's true. But to be fair, I don't think the US Navy ever had a battleship admirals who are quite as obsessed with speed as Daniel Hamilton. It's kind of like Lee is obsessed with gunnery accuracy, Daniel Hamilton is obsessed with speed. Okay, this is your levels you're talking about. That kind of personality, i.e., any battleship which has Lee in command of it or admiral on it is going to have guns which have an accuracy level far exceeding other ships because of the quality he's going to put into it. Dalrymple Hamilton seems to spend half his life down in engineering, talking with the engineers, working out how to get the best out of his ship in terms of speed. He wants his ships to be fast. He wants them to maneuver. That's his thing. And so this is the point you're dealing with. That's the kind of effect we're dealing with. So, yes, okay, maybe not 40 knots. That was me being joking earlier. But certainly I could see him getting quite a lot of speed out of an Iowa class. He would certainly be pushing it to its a full envelope. So if you give that Daryl Hampton an Abdeel, he might break the sound barrier. If you gave him a Daryl Hampton and Abdeel class, then frankly there wouldn't be any other ship left on the sea because he would have created bow wave that big. It looks like one of Rodney's captains. Either one doesn't know what physics is, or two wants to max level everything possible. Yeah. In Carr, Rodney was off to US for refit. Had lots of spares on board for the refit when diverted Bismarck action. That would have been an interesting thing if she'd managed to have the refit earlier in the war, etc., or actually had the full refit at that time before the Bismarck action. She might have even been in a better state by the end of the war. Mm-hmm. Hello, man of Panzer. Basically, Schumax stuck it on one. The RN can't be seen to have a second-rate main gun, so they have to have the more powerful, the 16-inch gun. John Link, was Rodney the inspiration of the backstory of the remanaged Battlestar Galactica, worn-out old ship that's still the stuff of nightmares? I don't think so, but certainly she could have been. And she wasn't really that worn out. I think that's more Warspite. I think more Warspite has that phenomenon going because Warspite is a lot older than Rodney. Let's go here for Africanus. Got the video. Where was Rodney during the evacuation of Crete? What would happen if she was there? Well, she's not really that helpful for the evacuation of Crete. She's an extra ship, but she's not really going to do much. What you need more for the evacuation of Crete is another aircraft carrier and some more fighters. Mm-hmm. During 90, there was a heavier shell development for Nelson's, wasn't there? It was looked into, but they would have had to do a lot of work on the hoister mechanisms to deal with that. As Dan Freeman points out, the 16-inch performance style was chosen on a flawed trial on trials, which, again, it's kind of like the Aztec trials. They show something which works in theory, and the trial shows it works in theory, but in practice it doesn't work as well. It's like in World Warships when you fire when they're just out of range, so they can sail into the shells. Captain Daryl Hampton. But if you run on them clockwise on the shard, you can get a tiny bit more power output than if you rub it on counterclockwise. But really, yeah. Okay, one of the stories I have about him, and this came down the constructor side. This is from his time in other ships, not in not in Rodney. But apparently, he had an argument with the engineer about because they were reconstructing the turbines, and he was in charge of a ship which was just coming for reconstruct turbine, and he had an argument with an engineer over the shaping of the turbine blades. He was never listed as really having an engineering background, but he seems to have obsessed himself and gone to. And I found him logged in various histories as having to gone to the Institute of Naval Architects, their meetings and events, and listened and taken part. So he really is an officer who seems to have taken it very seriously in terms of maintaining his ships. He wasn't an engineering officer, but he seems to have been obsessed with the engineering. Come, was watching the infographics show, and they say that the UK military, I'm presuming, is eighth most powerful, and only that due to nukes and will be below Brazil if not for them. Is this true? No, I think infographics have got that wrong. This is going to sound strange. If you're going on pure numbers of things, if you treat everything as equal, then probably numerically we are. But honestly, you don't go on numbers of things. You go on right then. So yes, you have Eurofighters and F-35s. Okay, what does the other side have? What's their capabilities? If there's F-5s and very much older Rafales, there is a difference here going on. So you have to view it. One of the problems also for the British military versus the others is often when you do things like infographics showing you're measuring teeth. You measure the teeth weapon systems and you go, well, the British spend all this money and they only get this many teeth, whereas this force spends this much money and they get this many teeth. Whereas the British would go, well, yes, but when we buy the teeth, we also buy things like, when we buy tanks, we buy tank transporters, so we can get the tanks to where we need them to be. And we buy this and that and all this logistics and infrastructure to sustain it worldwide, which other nations don't do, which has also, I would say, I would argue, a relative effect on what our potential ranking is. Plus, we have nuclear attack subs as well. So, But yes, and Queen Elizabeth and not Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales. We need some more F-35s for them to be really effective, but yeah, we're not that low down. We're not as high as we used to be, but we're not that low down. Daryl Hampton, the Colin Cameron, Daryl Hampton in a hydrophile. We don't put him in that. That would not be good for anyone. So, right, on the contrary, Rodney could beach herself as a fortress and then destroy everything on Crete to allow the army to hold it. Maybe true, but I prefer her not to. She's very useful mobile. Cameron, only parts of Nelson Rodney preserved. I don't think so, from memory. Done. Good. So my comment we are saying we are small in number but good in quality and able to deploy worldwide is right. Yes. Japan is a good example, but again, Japan is they are able to focus their forces due to some rules, etc., on deploying far more locally than the British. They are starting to move up to it, and that's probably going to affect their numbers. Also, let's be honest, our British politicians bought more into the end of history philosophy than the Japanese ones did. Take care, everyone. So, fortune favours the brave or geographical location? It's the geographical location. These two are very similar in performance and capabilities, but the fact is, Rodney happened to be in the right place at the right time to get the fame, but Nelson would have done just as well, and if you'd had both of them together, they would have been really good. Summary. These are always going to be my favourites. I have to admit, Renown is one of my favourite ships of all time. I like the Nell rods to an extent. I consider them an efficient design. I consider them a design which is a product of the treaties and a product of what the Navy want. But I think in both these classes, the Royal Navy needed more. I think the Royal Navy could have done with more of these than pushing onto the admirals. I would have said if they'd churned out 3 or 4 of these and had a whole class of 4 of them in service, they'd be in far better shape than having Hood, because whilst Hood is very powerful and beautiful, having 4 of these in service would have meant you'd have had far more consistency in terms of upgraded capability, and you could have had far more of a presence. And it'd been easier to maintain if they'd all been the same. And it's rather the same with Nelson and Rodney. I think the problem with them largely is there's only 2. So they are only going to be risked when it's something really important because they are so powerful. It's kind of like when Renown's the last remaining battlecruiser. The RN goes, oh, we really need her to be the fast ship when we need the fast ship, until Vanguard comes into service. Because they don't have a fast ship until Vanguard comes into service other than Renown. So it's a case of the joy of having 2 ships is that you lose one, you're down to 1, and that one ship becomes your Easter egg in a way. It's beautiful, it's shiny, it's wonderful, but it's if it's your only egg, you're going to be very cautious about it, very protective of it, especially if it's let's say it's your only egg and the only egg you managed to get in the store and it's your present for, I don't know, your mum or your let's be honest, mums, it's always going to be more important. That's always going to worry you more than the rest. The rest you can make up enough ways, but if you forget them, if you don't deliver the mum's Easter egg, you are never going to hear at the end of it. Okay, so that's the sort of thing. This is the trouble with building 2. You don't want to build 2. This is my problem with the Queen Elizabeth class, the current aircraft carriers. This is my problem with a lot of things. If you build just 2, it makes sense on paper. On paper, people work it out and they go, these ships were always going to have one operational. And I go, that's great. What happens if one of them gets a hole in it due to an accident or actual enemy action? Then you won't have 2. We'll have 1. And the other one will be in the major refit. This is the problem. So, I love these ships. I think they're actually quite good designs for what the Royal Navy needs. Would I have preferred a Katabar carrier? If we were going to build 4 of them, yes. Would I like the Royal Navy to get free LHDs with ski ramps on them? Yes, because then they'd have 5 ships with flight decks, which could all be used for aviation. There'd be 3 amphibious-orientated ones, 2 strike-orientated ones, and if necessary, these can both do the amphibious role in backup in their secondary duties, and the amphibs can do strike role in their secondary duties, and therefore you would actually have a pool of 5 ships to draw from, so you could always usually guarantee 2 available. It's rather like an inversion of the Ocean and Invincible class carriers approach. The thing is, that needs investment. The trouble when we go back to Nelson and Rodney, and when we go back to Renown and Repulse, is honestly, if you're going to have Renown, Repulse, and Hood as your only 3 battle cruisers, you're in trouble. Well, we've still got Tiger hanging around. I suppose you technically got 4, but Tiger has 13.5-inch guns, and they're even less make sense by the time you get to World War II. It makes sense in the 1920s, not in the 1930s. Nelson and Rodney are built as battleships because they're replacing battleships. And if you're looking at it due to the World War One matrix, that makes sense. But if you're considering it to the World War Two matrix, then frankly, you might well want to cut down the armor and increase the speed and go for fast battleships, i.e. ships that can at least do 29 knots, 28, 29 knots. Because once they can do that, they're useful. And in the nicest way, once they can do that, then if we go through those incidents, Gneisenau's not getting away. Because she is not. She needs to get to at least 26 knots to get out of range of the 25-ish knot Rodney, and she has to push on. Once she's pushed on to 28 knots, she's beyond her. But if Rodney had been going, rather than going 25 knots, had been going 28 knots, well, A, she'd have closed a lot quicker, as Gneisenau was still slow, and B, Gneisenau would have got a lot faster to get away from her, which would have meant an engagement time of quite a while. We can't say exactly how long, but the odds are it's enough time that she gets an impact. And it's the other things as well. So my view on Nelson and Rodney is they make sense in the 1920s when they're built, if you're thinking historically. They don't make sense if you're thinking for a future war which is actually potentially going to happen. And I would lay the blame of that, and I'm doing a lot of work on this area because this is basically one of the core areas I'm looking at for my next book. I would say that comes from the top down. I would say that comes from the same mind which comes up with the idea of turning an aircraft carrier into a torpedo carrier, i.e. Beatty, who is obsessed with not learning lessons of Jutland, but refighting Jutland. And for him, that means ship survivability above all else. It's been a nice 4 hours live. It's not going on much longer. Trust me, I've got to go in and get to bed. Or put Poppies to bed. Stuff Johnson, what's the Narod's last 2-ship combat class built by the RN? Nope. G.D. Hound, in 1933, Rodney charged with experimental combining the traditional 3 officers' misses into one, thus reducing redundancy in galleon stores. Was it an innovation adopted by the fleet? It took a while. It is now, but it took a while. Too much. Doesn't the RN have 2 or 3 assault landing ships in reserve? That is nope. We have Albion and Bulwark on service, of which usually one is in technically called reserve status, but it's basically one is in dock with about a quarter of its crew on it, and one's operational, but they're LPDs, not LHDs. And we have Bay class LSLs, but they're auxiliaries. This Foxer, would you say the UK has returned to BAF style doctrine, where the army has returned to being a very small but well trained and equipped fighting force? Well, I'd love to say it had, but the trouble is it returned to being very small and well trained, but I'm not sure I would agree with the third point of being well equipped. Dan Freeman, summary. A ship is an individual, a phenomenon most clearly shown when you have the two to compare against. Yeah. After Renowns are the killer, glamorous, and Errol's are the killers. Khan, is great. Is there any truth to claim the Korean carriers are modified Queen Elizabeth? Not really a modified Queen Elizabeth, but it's certainly got similar design principles going into it because the Korean scenario is far closer to the British scenario in terms of looking at a conventional carrier design and looking at solutions for making a conventional carrier work for a medium power. And I would argue that the Koreans, the Japanese, the British, the French are all medium powers. They're variations on a medium power. Medium power can flit into both global and regional, with the RN and the French being variations on global. I would say the British being slightly more global than the French in terms of their force structure, but the French being more global than the British in terms of their basing. I would say Japan and Korea are both regional medium powers at the present time. Medium power is probably the most interesting category because you have medium power and then you have superpowers, and the superpowers are also fit into different strategies, the different categories. We've only one truly global at the moment, it's superpower, but another one sort of looking like it's trying to develop there, and one which is global to an extent because of the size of its landmass and its sheer number of basings. Again, it's kind of like the French versus the American versus the British in terms of their global medium power status. Nice recording. Since the chat, the 37 plus knots, I would love to see something like Rodney Sharnor on planing instead of displacement hull, and then see them get up on a plane. Ooh, it would be fun. Veteran, are the Q class secretly designed to be split into into two smaller carriers, each one with an island? Nope. What was the initial distance you spotted the NICE at? 16 nautical miles. Don't forget dinner. Go on camera. With a faster ship, it would have been Rodney and the Tribals against Bismarck in a night action. Yeah, that is also another option. If Dalrymple had a faster ship, the odds of him waiting for King George V to actually catch up with him are very few and far between. It's one of the interesting things with the Twin Islands is that I do get a lot of comments, like Steve just said, of looks like they keep the ship and the air commanders apart. And there was lots of people going, oh, the RAF needs their own island. That's not really, because the nicest way, the air commander and the ship's commander and the fleet commander these days tend to be down in the CIC and doing the commander control from there. And the second island is built around the second stack for the funnels. So you have the two stacks, and you need to have a stack anyway. And so they've built an island because that then meant instead of having one massive island, you could have space in the balancing perspective for the second lift and second lift section. And it fitted out better with the hangar layout, etc., to design it that way because it allowed you to have dead space forward of the forward lift. Now, so that's how they got designed, and pretty much the aft one is for deck flight operations, and the forward one is for conning the ship. It works well, but command comes from the CIC. Hi, Anchor. And don't worry, you get a modern tank in 10 years. Well, that's all good. Queen Elizabeth. In that case, going for the free Queen Elizabeths, could we order an additional when they are they're older? I'd love to order another Ark Royal, but I don't think so. But I guess UK Glass is a UK global power, but not a superpower. Yeah, but that's a category of medium power. Carl Gosman, any news on Type 83 article of yours? Well, if you listen to the most recent bilge pumps, I think Drac, there's a mortal word say when I finish editing it, and that's currently me and Drac are polishing it and making sure it's good because everyone's now waiting for it and looking for it so much. We're trying to make it perfect. We'll get there. It's just got two perfectionists involved. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. This has been very long. Longer than it normally is. Normally it's about 3 hours, and today this one's been 4 hours and nearly a quarter of 15 minutes. And, well, thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Hope you have a nice evening. Thank you, John Luke. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, 9640. Thank you, Darius Ralsky. Thank you, Sean and Stafford for doing, and Dan for doing the adminning role and making sure the chat's all good. Thank you, Seneca Nero, Colin, Sujan90. Thank you, Steve Windish. Thank you, LD Sage. Thank you, Vision. Thank you, everyone who's joined, and Juicy Sujan, and everyone who's joined today. Desert Foxo, and Sujan90, and DG40, and John Luke. Thank you, everyone. There's Foxo. In my use, the IJN got the best ships pound for pound out of the Big Seven, with Nagatos being much faster and thus more useful. What could the RN have done with Nagatos instead of Nelson's? Ooh. They could have done some interesting things. Take care, Grasowski. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone for having fun. Thank you, Adfabs. Thank you, Strider. Taras Rautsky, Dunrick Ironhammer. Thank you, everyone. And, well, take care. Bye-bye. Thank you, Albazowski. And as you can see, next week, it's the forward class for the cruisers. And I think so far don't think I've updated. Actually, I haven't updated this one though. So thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and hope you have good night. Good evenings. I'll look forward to the photo of Melanie 640. Take care, everyone. Thank you.